No, Leroy, it's only you know the whole 7 verses. Right? I tried to learn it in my younger days. Right? The whole 7 verses. But we never managed that. So, Arthur, that was in your song.
I was just commenting.
Raise
the first verse of the one. Raise a line. Raise up the woman.
No. Over walk on man.
No, man.
Only the Socialist International becoming.
It's
No, that's a youth anthem. That's it. That is the theater group for national
PNP also bought it.
No, we bought it. We sang it.
Yeah.
Right? We sang it. So I'm not going to welcome people. Some people come through the side door and back door, but they are welcome. So the next thing we have is brief introduction of participants. Now I know some of you can speak 10 minutes about yourself. I'm asking you to confine it to 30 seconds to 1 minute. Starting with Angela Castrota, I'll follow the name.
Angela Castrota, past treasurer of the PNPYO.
Sharon, followed by Angela, followed by Maureen.
Hi, Sharon Grove, past member of PNPYO.
You want to look young for you. She was there with us in the 70s.
Angela Francis, former executive member of the PNPYO and also executive assistant to Comrade Paulberg when he was chairman and general secretary of the YU. I guess that was my claim to fame. Good morning, comrades. I'm so happy to see all of us here. Hoping for a very, very successful day. Thank you.
And those 3 comrades, along with Master Kit, are people who have joined us from the United States of America. We can get the master. Maureen.
Good morning, Maureen Denton, member of the PNPYO and also chair of the PYOJ in the US.
Former chair.
Former chair. Former.
Louis E.A. Meister.
30 seconds.
Louis Meister, I was foreign secretary. And because of that office came the scholarships to Cuba. Lasting legacy of the YO. And the other lasting legacy is the friendship that we developed.
Exactly.
And the support. I must really congratulate Paul.
Comrade, Yannick. Yeah.
I'm Earl Sullivan. I've been a comrade from the, I was with the youth group from Terrence, good friend with Castro till now. We communicate a lot. And
you live here or you came abroad?
Yeah, I'm from New York.
So welcome to. Yes, come down.
Right, so I'm a new engineer, so I grants and I want everything that
You need to run your coming to
Basil.
Basil is from the Western.
Former chairman of Western. Straight Everton train handle.
Former vice president of the PNPYO.
Morning, comrades. I feel very, very honored to be in the midst of all the senior comrades. Senior meaning guys are in 1976 was my first encounter with the party. Dr. Phillips, Peter Phillips, and I forget who else. Went to my veranda at Tumor Road, and I ended up taking part in the party. So we went over to London Secondary or practice, and then carried us to the local shop. After that, I made sure I was able to be numerated to vote in the first election at the maybe 18, but at the time when I did it, I was 18, so I got it in high school, I was 16. So my first vote was mobile, Campbell, that's was at quarters, and I realized that the people who were trying to get me for the year, so I had to tell them, you should know about the something.
Thank you, Marcia. Welcome.
And then 97, I was asked by the homework that Jen said to help reorganize the virus, which was the Symposium. Right, Paul?
Yeah.
It was on that Saturday, and we put all the team together, get some yellow shirt. So when Jen announced it on the Sunday, we were able to stand up 10 of us, and we got reality, and we did it. We had our wild Congress on September that year. It was successful, we had a tragedy, and it's something that I'm still trying to get the wild to put a scholarship in his honor and to learn kind of talk. So that's what this year I got.
Thank you, Marcia. Kate, Elizabeth, Elaine.
Sorry, the last 30 seconds I was here.
Desmond Robert Wallace.
Desmond Wallace.
Scrabble Town, 57. What's up? Yes, welcome, Desmond. We have a special guest. He never joined the YO, right? But been a comrade, been a friend, been a soldier in the struggle. Arthur, please introduce yourself.
Really, thank you very much for in terms of this gathering. I commented to Father and said, I wanted one when I sent the first information about this, about the date, the 1969, and I noted that this is within the year after the war, right? And to that kind of break of stirrings against the status quo, the influences that we continue to today. In the 70s, we benefited for this kind of working together. Our work amongst you could not have been without the very close collaboration with genuine family, brothers, sisters, parents, and friends. One,
Thank you, Arthur. Michael Burke.
Yes, 2 minutes. Yes, I was already a member of the People's National Party from 1968, and I attended the July 1969 inauguration and the relaunch on July 30, 1972. Right? On July 30, 1972, I couldn't stay for the evening part of it because I was still in the cadets. I was working with SDC, and as an adult sergeant, I was part of the money camp they had that year, so I had to leave in the evening. But I do remember in the morning that the Trevor Monroe group came there to disrupt the proceedings, and they had to retreat.
It was Miles.
Yes.
Youth Forces for National Liberation.
Right. Well, after was there,
yeah.
Lopez was there, and all of those guys were there. Right. So it was and Spalding spoke out against Trevor Monroe and support, right? So that's where I was involved. But I was part of the steering committee in 1969, and when Paul, I did give it to you on email, the first and I think only YO summer camp in Hope Bay, and I was part there with the late Royal Cook and the late Sheldon McDonald, but more Royal Cook than Sheldon, who were sponsoring that thing. So that's my involvement and claim to whatever fame or claim to
Thank you very much, Michael.
Yeah.
Going around, that is Barshu from Westmoreland.
I am Comrade N. Clifton Mackey, Chairman of the Disciplinary Committee, member of the Intelligence and Security Committee, Chairman Westmoreland Parish Bed, member of the Central Committee on the National Bureau of PNPYO, member Region 6 Regional Executive Council, and member of the National Executive Council of the People's National Party. Former delegate to the 11th World Festival of Youth and Students held in Havana. Currently, I am the founding chairman, Jamaica Allied Black Progressive Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And while he mentions that, I see, no, you never go have an assembly, but the World Festival, you did it. I see Maureen, I see Angela Castro, I see Sharon Rowe, Leroy Cook, Leroy Cook, of course, Sluggo there, right? You're there, and I have pictures of that event, you know, of the whole group and everything, soon to be shared, right? So, I'm boxing them, right? Moving on. We have Pamela, then Margaret, then Leroy, then Yvonne, then Pauline Brown.
Secretary of
And now elder in our church. Margaret. Yeah, Margaret, continue.
Former treasurer. Right. Yes,
88?
89.
88 is across the street.
At 37 Road and then moved.
Welcome, Trisha.
And I moved to 88. 89. 88 is across the street. Oh, I'm Leroy.
The first youth organizer for the PNP and the assistant national organizer and
For the PNP.
and the representative.
Thank you, Leroy. Yvonne.
Chan Oliver, youth organization, task force member, treasurer of the Western Belt. Pauline Brown, food soldier of the PNP and the PNPYO.
Secretary of the kind of PNPYO.
Yeah.
I go way back. At this young, tender, sexy age, I don't remember every detail, but I have served and I feel proud of it all. I want to use the opportunity on bringing us in this way together so that at least we can do whatever we can to move forward.
Thank you, Paul. Erica Sherry Johnson from that St. James PNPYO.
Terry Johnson from Montgomery St. James. Former Assistant Secretary to U.S. Stevenson, and now executive member of the West Central St. James constituency.
Yeah. Thank you, Erica. Cherry. People remember the problems that St. James PNPYO had in our
Oh, I cool.
So we have a stranger amongst our midst. A stranger amongst our midst. First of all, he never go to good school. Secondly, he normally said in 99 and 9. We found him in the early 90s and brought him home. But he has he's the first professional student. Leroy reminded me that Martin actually prefers to Delano. as a professional student. Delana, please, go down the line. I want you to hear it. Please, like your promise, go down the line, Delana.
Remember, thank you very much for the invitation. First, I can say, not easy to organize political function. And I most express my appreciation for my work and the team. When the PNPYO was formed, I was 12 years of age. No, and I was listen carefully. I was at Kingston College. And there was another institute that I heard about somewhere near Boston. But what really dragged me, hauled me, pulled many of us into the national movement while at school was the declaration in 1974 by then Prime Minister Michael Mann of the democratization of education.
Yes.
Led to the formation of student council.
No, we have a message to give at the land.
I know, quickly. Which led to the formation of student council. I became the first president of the student council at Kingston. I led from that to be president of the regions. I led from that to be president of the National Secondary Student Council. And I was also the General Secretary of JUPS, and also the President of JUPS. I was also the President of the Student Association, MICO.
Yes.
And then I was the President of the Guild at the University of the West Indies, Mona, and the President of the Guild of the Guildville University. All during this time, we work, and I was a member of the Workers' Party. All during this time, we work exceedingly closely as friends and comrades, because the aim was to build a national movement without looking for anything in return.
Yes.
Comrades, thank you very much.
Kurt Ashfield, come in, one of the younger members of the YO. Kurt, introduce yourself. Not of the YO, of the past YO members.
I was introduced years ago when we in the college of work. Michael, very happy. I became the rep for East Rural St. Andrews. And from there, I participated in the regional executive. At one point, it was an aspirant, vice president in Carrie School. So I moved into the other one. While on campus, I was a convener of the kid at the University of Technology, Junior College, Old West. And then after I did some work in Central Party, or and one of them reached out 3, but no reach out 4. And 2 candidates in the process. So Central St. Catherine, college reached out. Instructor, and we do good. Recognize that we know the tools, we have to very well. We have all 3 candidates that are functional executives, and we believe we will continue to work. And the trumpet said, we all right. Thanks for our country. Thanks for our past. And now we will see the better than we have.
Someone over the both of us.
And I would also like to welcome Trisha Castro. She has never member of the YO, but supported all our past YO activities throughout the last 10+ years. Welcome, Trisha. So, Butch has never been early for any meeting. This has been a problem. When Butch was vice chairman of the YO, it was a problem. When I was general secretary, it was a problem. Nothing has changed. Butch, please introduce yourself. You are the final one, right? Really? You have less than a minute.
First of all, it makes sense. Nobody.
I can make it go for
I sent you a text. I went to the toll plaza. I'm not the thing declared. So I was looking for the car. The big creep right to the back. So I was trying to be early, you know.
No, okay.
See you later. So for them, all the stuff Karen. I was involved in a YO for a long time. I was on campus sometimes. I remember the biggest thing was the other meeting at the Pegasus, I think it was, or some after conference thing where Michael Mann, Louis, Louis.
That was 75.
That was 75 conference at the Hilltop.
Louis and I think that was a little bit big presentation at conference. So I've been, consistent. Yeah, so I'm happy to be here.
Yeah.
I happen to be one of the YO persons who went on to the vice president of the party and minister of government.
Also was on that 90
World Festival.
World Festival. So many people in here who are on that World Festival. All right, so we have online.
Hold on. Next time. Next time, yeah.
No, that's not Dexter, it's Earl Sutherland. Dexter is here? Oh, see Dexter, right? Yeah, Dexter, please introduce yourself. I know someone that came in, Dexter.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry to be a bit late. I'll do a little Yes, I was vice chairman of the YO in Portland and treasurer. YO taught me to be committed to the people and to realize that life cannot be just about you. It helps me to be, I think, a fairly successful counselor. I've been 70 for 36 years. And I thank the YO for really teaching me what a politician should be to the people. And also to know what the People's National Party should be about and try to keep them on the right track.
Thank you, Dexter. And we are probably got virtual fundraiser for Dexter. We can't drop that ball, right? And secondly, just last night, Dexter, Angela, Francis, and I were speaking about that Fair Prospect retreat, in which they got to sleep on the floor and on the desk that the Portland PNPYO put on in November 2016, the Fair Prospect Suite, and which
was Larry the chairman?
Yeah. Larry was the chairman, right? And let me tell you, between him and the military retreat, we don't know which one was worse, right? We don't know which one was worse. Comment online, we have Dennis A. Smith. Dennis was a very short member of the PNPYO. I'm introducing the online people. He was on the steering committee in 1972. He was at the launch, and then we got into bad association. Dennis Smith, Louis Castro, and myself, and were purged sometime in April 1983. We never saw Dennis Smith again at 25 South Gap Road. We heard rumors later that he had joined the Workers' Party of Jamaica. Dennis is abroad now. We have Harry Smith, who was a member of the PNP Youth Organization, I think, Northern Belt. Yeah. We have James Walsh, who led that cell of 7 or 8 people consistently for the same PNPYO for about 2 decades. It never grew. Remember the tight cell? Never grew. Right? Yeah. And James actually is at NEC. Today, he's also an NEC member. Some of us, and I've apologized for us, Maureen, Denton, Dexter, Roland, Noel Ascot, myself are NEC members. Lloyd Hill. Now, Lloyd was Hanover PNPYO. We hardly ever saw Hanover PNPYO, but there was a Hanover PNPYO and Lloyd chair. Peter, which Peter is this now? This is Peter Wayne Lopez. Went to a good school, right? Chairman of the Union of Democratic Students, Butch Wayne Lopez, he's online. Yes, man. Yeah, man, US man. Right? You see, we have Camp Cotton. Yeah, man, that was Wayne, man. But went to a good school. What do you mean? Then there's Sefton Johnson. Sefton has really been very supportive of this network. Yeah. Been at most of our virtual activities. Unfortunately, he left Jamaica 1 month ago after spending a considerable period and could not come back. So that's a group we have. Yeah. So, Calvert, how could I forget Calvert Market? And Calvert, I don't see Kate on it. Oh, my bird. I know. All right. Kate March was going to join us. She told me that she had COVID, mild symptoms. Kenny Miller, Robin really verified that his tennis ankle yet. Right? Kenny put a picture on the network showing a broken ankle. You know about the patrol? Oh, so we have not seen the face with the foot yet. And we know Kenny well. And of course, Calvert was West Royal St. Andrew constituency chair for a number of years. One of the first batch of production pioneers that went to Hungary. He's now in London, and he has been a very supportive person on the network in spite of the 6-hour time limit. And Davis was there, or somebody said first. Yeah. So now I should really be using this now, so that everybody can hear.
Yes, you know.
Testing.
Yeah, but they can't see, you know.
Oh. So let me get back to the agenda and welcome. Anisha, call the person to turn on the microphone. So, you will see some of my welcome is not very long. It's actually the booklet. So today marks the 50th anniversary of the official launch of the PNPYO.
You're not being shown on the thing. Right.
Today, look, yeah. I'm gonna move this. Is it not? Thank you. Yes. Okay. So today marks the 50th anniversary of the official launch of the PNP organization. We were launched on Sunday, 30th July 1952 and access the high school auditor with partners and private facilities named PNPYO. National announcement about the formation was announced in early 1969 by Vice President T.J. Patterson, who was also the party's shadow minister for youth, sport, and community development. This was followed by the first big youth rally on Saturday, 19 July 1969, also access the high school auditorium. We are behind the documentation of our history. This is a task we are now undertaking with leader. Bear in mind, many of us are at times in challenge without them. I want to thank the planning committee. This could not have happened without them. Without the members. Alisa Palmer, the staff medical officer. Angela Francis, Howard Dunn, James Walsh, Leroy Cook, Maureen Denton, Stephen Johnson. Last year on August 28th, we were able to celebrate the 1938 staff day of the People's National Party with the relaunching of Leroy Cook's Land of My Birth. Apart from Leroy speaking, but as panelist, former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson, former past President Peter Phillips, current past President Mark Gordon, and former General Secretary Maxine Henry Wilson. We are very proud of this historical account for party history, which is an asset to those who want a better understanding and appreciation of the People's Party. On December 10th last year, we celebrated McMahon's birthday with doing Marshall's review of Prime Minister McMahon's 1952 address to the United Nations. We celebrated the 50th anniversary of February 1972 general election victory earlier this year. This was preceded by a poster presentation of aspects of the PNP's 1972 media campaign. Better must come and time for a change. This was well received throughout the party. More importantly, we had a series of discussions on the Progressive Manifesto over the past 9 months. My suggestion is that we should review the Progressive Manifesto, taking into account the feedback and rebrand it under Rethinking Wall Scripture. Here again, we have to commend Leroy Cook, Maureen Denton, Angela Francis, James Walsh, who were the main presenters of the Progressive Manifesto. I didn't see anything at the virtual ones that are. We spearheaded the formation of the PNPYO Partners Association, to which we expect more support in the form of ideas, energies, and resources will come to the PNPYO and the party that was launched to their successor. Thanks to all our participants at home and abroad, particularly those in Europe, and who, in spite of the technical issues, participated in our session. Thanks all. So we have been putting this out because it takes a lot of energy, but I'm starting from Portland, just calling the name of some of the leaders of the YO who are no longer with us. So in Portland, we had Donald Williams, who was chairman of the PNPYO for many years. In St. Mary, we had Clement Ramsey. He was also a councillor, and he was chairman of the St. Mary PNPYO. And we had Willie B, that although he held no position formally, was a very active member of the PNP youth organization. In Trelawney, about 2-3 years ago, we lost Puppet Liebert Wright, one of the first girls who went to Cuba, came back as a dentist, and he was chairman of the Trelawney PNP organization. In St. James, we lost Robert Allen, and subsequently I told that Patrick Rose Green was a member of the PNPYO. Patrick Gilchrist. Well, I can't remember all of it, but that's it. Thank you. In Westmoreland, about last year, I think, or every year, we lost Tony Cameron. I think Tony Cameron is also in Cuba on the 11th. Yeah. We lost him, I think it was early last year. He was chairman of the Westmoreland PNPYO. And we lost Kenneth Hibbert Span. When Louis and I went, he was actually went down for his funeral services in Chester Castle, Hanover. That's about 4 years ago, right? Before the COVID. We lost Donald Buchanan.
No, before Westmoreland. There's a female coming from Western Westmoreland.
Used to
Used to work for university.
Why not be a mention? We don't work him on it. But going back to statement that we lost Donald Buchanan, who was a member of the steering committee in 1972, and the first chairman since the PNPYO, and Basil Wade Sr., otherwise known as Sam Shah, who came from LSD. In Clarendon, in the 70s, leadership, no, sorry, Manchester, we lost Trump, that is Baron Smith. Baron Smith was also a production pioneer.
He was one of the police.
Yeah.
Trevor Peter was in the wild.
Yeah, Trevor Peter. Trevor Peter also lost. Trevor Peter was in the wild of the 1970s. In Clarendon, I can't think of any of our persons that lost it. Ocha lost, Gunter lost, Sheriff Lloyd, Sir Lambert. They are all alive and well, or Islamic. Most of the leaders of the 70s are alive. In St. Catherine, well, why not in St. Catherine part of the western the PNPYO? So in the corporate area of it, well, I don't know where Burma belongs to, whether she belongs to St. James. It came from St. James, but she was part of another PNP organization. Burma Greer, we lost Perry Stolz, we lost Franklin Williams, otherwise known as the Wino, and we lost Louis Castro earlier this year. So now, of that original group who were there on the youth steering committee, we have lost Red, but Red was part of that group that met and was part of the committee, and Sheldon Monka. Right? So we might have missed one or two names.
Doreen Thompson.
Who?
Doreen Thompson,
Doreen Thompson. Yeah. Well, she's not part of this, but she's certainly spirit one. She's a part of the White House Secretary.
Right.
Right?
Open
you talk from St. Thomas, yes. And we saw an actuality.
Yeah.
Right. All right, comrades.
Sir, no, before we go on, I think it's really, there are a lot of other people to hear in general, especially after 1980, over 240 young persons, many of them were PNPYO members, were massacred by spalling in the police force. It's in the New York Times, and I think that is something that we need to.
But if you look at those days, I don't know, the persons of the 1970s, leadership began to go down in East and then, and all the money from Rockport. Right? So, comrades, you can do something more structured in October, but we really could not have to put that person without saying something about the contribution of those stalwarts to the work of the PNPYO in the 1970s. What time are we now at?
Did you say you discussed your?
Yeah.
I'm not serious. DJ.
All right, so comrade, there is a document in your book, and I guess I understand it, but people on that, which give me a second to bring up. People on the language seat though.
Yeah.
I want to stop screen share. While I'm excellent screen share.
Screen share.
So is it documented that they sent me
The pictures?
No, not pictures.
You have it up?
I know the fact. Exit full screen. Oh, that's definitely that it's working. Hold on, we have to put screen share. We have to go back to that.
Yeah. The Zoom is screen share.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yes.
This is it? No.
Just a share.
You fine. You want come on?
I need some.
Yeah, but it's not on the screen.
It is. Let me get this. It is.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Comrades, so looking back to look forward, I want you to remember tonight it's on your page 7 of your booklet. This was page 7.
Check your mic. Check your switch.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm not going to read all of it, obviously not. This was really drafted by one Enoch Lake, who was the legal officer of the WIO. So I just want to read the first part. Shackled indention and dehumanizing Islam. Yeah. So satisfy bloodthirsty, love of spirit colonialism. That is still relevant today. In there, there's another glorious tradition of Nani, Taki Samsha, Paul Bogle, and Marcus Garvey, still relevant. Conscious of the constant and relentless struggles that we achieve real liberation, dignity, and justice. So all of this, I think, is still relevant to look back in our 60th anniversary, in our declaration 60th anniversary.
I'm reading this over and over.
We see in our mandate that we say we condemn the treasure of the colonial power and its global lackeys for dividing the working class and peasants of our country into rival political and tribal camps in order to divide and rule our people. Still relevant in my view.
Yes.
We are fair our faith in the People's National Party as though existing people from the liberation of different people from the cautions of nationalism, capitalism, imperialism, and fascist reaction. But you know what I have to debate about that particular clause for time. Confident of our vanguard pushing progressive movement for our time and country. Always mindful of the communist support and the subject without struggle of youth and students and all progressive forces. In the spirit of patriotism, sacrifice, self-reliance, and excellence through dedication struggle. We reject the whole transactions of private property and personal. We pay homage to the sacrifice of our ancestors who tried to slave the degradation, pyramid, misery, frustration, deculturization, social and university. And we go on. And we said, we declare total infinite dedication to the ultimate liberation of our beloved country from all kinds of oppression, from capitalism, from imperialist penetration, and damage from fascist reaction. That is still very relevant. Then we share the blood of our forefathers, perennial and eternal allegiance to our party under socialism, and we dedicate ourselves to the struggle about the social revolution in Jamaica, on the wish of the working class, the peasants, and their allies. Regardless of the hardship, until that end, we now publish the approved constitutional instrument, which is the framework of our struggle. And that was formed and approved that July 1977. July seems to be a very famous month in the People's National Party. Now, to me, right, that statement after 45 years is still relevant for almost every single section. We're not no, not we reject private, we reject the color attraction. The color attraction. All right. So, covering very quickly, I want to have a discussion on this topic. During that many years of slavery, colonization, and imperialism have resulted in unbearable legacy of unemployment, social justice, illiteracy, economic immobility, rape, and destruction of people's culture. I find that still relevant and appropriate. Though that does produce frustration, indifference, recklessness, and antisocial behavior among our people, especially among the youth, and being on the conviction that people not a part of the people who is socially wrong about Jamaica, but we first committed social and second party. You will remember the struggles of the 1977 with the party leadership who wanted to insert the word democratic socialism. And we say, well, democratic socialism is part of socialism. If you are Roman Catholic, you can say you are a Christian, you don't say you are Roman Catholic. So the party by what we refuse to insert the word democratic socialism. We have our ourselves to believe, and here I find that maybe the only one minor problem is item 5, which says that in order to have a just society, the government must have total ownership and control of its interest of the people over all means of production of goods and services. And perhaps we need to write the right.
Yeah, you need to put in some.
No, where this is in the interest of the Jamaican for everybody.
That's it.
For instance, government still have to buy up.
Oh, it's not the discussion. That's what we have to respond.
First.
That's what is organized like through the social faculty, where all the people of the country have total access to the systemic process. And we're talking about the community councils at that time. We declare whenever any form of government becomes to structure these basic principles, it's the duty and obligation of the people, especially you, to alter, abolish it, and provide new government, lay this foundation on such principles, and organize it in such a form as they shall see like to reflect their social well-being and happiness. Many years after the man by Leroy Cook, that is actually the American Declaration of Independence. I actually thought, you know, Ruel was the one who pushed the stick, but I actually thought it was really wordy, but I understood the source.
It comes from China before that.
All right, so we go to, and we can go to those, we can read those later, right? We can propagate the point to the foundation stone, which is based on common endeavor. We can read that later. Now, very interesting is the Vanguard Code, right? And that is page 12 of 14. And it says, shall not hold any controlling interest in any business or large capital as determined by the Vanguard. That is not one of the public principles unless other of the masses approved by the assembly of the Vanguard. Shall not rent out any dwelling or any building unless all effort is made to access by the government's rent board and at no higher rental than that approved by the board. Furthermore, shall not be the owner of any dwelling house for speculative purposes. Shall not reveal outside the Vanguard for purposes of our own personal or political gain any information received within the Vanguard unless approved by a center of the Vanguard. And of course, there's a defense of the intelligence committee to caution members who might have shall not engage in any gambling. Well, shall not engage in any gambling. Shall not use for his or own others individually any proper receipts on behalf of the Vanguard or result of his or her membership in the Vanguard unless first approved by the Vanguard.
Mr. Chairman, may I just say one thing?
Yeah.
Everybody in this room, I think, had to read Animal Farm as part of our thing, right? And we have to be careful not to be like Napoleon, where as we get more comfortable in a certain lifestyle, we start to say, boy, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others.
Good point.
And all that, and we polish with alcohol to excess, rather than understand.
Good point. Any aspect of the vanguard is not only about function and reach, and creating take different action, shall be subject to similar different actions, we take against the time as stated above. And then there's requirements.
Just remind us to the point, on the very same day.
Yeah.
The vanguard code applicable if you have become a member of the vanguard.
Yeah, but all members of the
vanguard membership.
Yeah.
Look at the top.
I know. All members of the leadership of the YO were supposed to be members of the vanguard and ascribe guidance.
I know, but never stipulated.
So we understood it. We understood that in the YO. Right? Shall be required, all the things in the vanguard, to the satisfaction of the vanguard, all after each one, we got dispensation to allow the YO and industry to do that. Shall be required to consider that 3% of his or disposable income. And then there's 8 hours of manual labor per month on a community project. Servicing groups was considered part of your manual labor. No. Shall be part of this involved. Everybody, hold on. We soon have it settled within the vanguard and prepared to abide by the ruling or sentences arrived by the vanguard. And then shall be required to maintain at all times an appearance of humility and moderation in terms of demeanor, dress, and material possession. Right? Shall require this, and I'm running tonight, shall require this as a vanguard and here to the proper correct knowledge, understanding assessment of the present political situation of the country, in particular the world in general. And then as we finish, as we ended, it says, we shall acknowledge the history of Jamaica. Constantly PNPYO talk about parties, historically example party, political ideology and system. And shall be required from time to come into Baka that by virtue of his or her constant social commitment to the country, that he or shall maintain a sufficient high respect among the masses to justify his or remaining a member of the Baka. So, those, I would like to get feedback, just people's views on it, and I'll walk and pass the microphone to you as you put your feedback, comments. Michael, Lord, first.
Yeah, those 2 things, right? One correction is that being a year and a half younger than Paul, I think that was your animal farm stats. I don't Paul the animal farm. I don't think Leroy was the animal farm. Or people were older, right? But anyway, the preamble hails Norman Manley, and I believe that we have not done enough to hail Norman Manley, because everything that Michael Manley's regime did, right? Most of what he did, it may have been a different style because Michael had his own style, came out of the head of Norman Manley and the drum layer circle, right? The Jamaica welfare was started 1 year before, 1937, for different reasons. Hold on. But the entire program of the People's National Party, which the Jamaica Labour Party has used, came out of the whole concepts that came out of Jamaica welfare, right? And I think that Norman Manley should be hailed more in his role in conceptualizing the programs of the People's National Party. I think Norman Manley was a computer and Michael Manley was a printer, right? Of course, Michael Manley had his own style, of course. All right? So this is what I think, that today in the entire People's National Party and in the YO, and I'm a non-member, right? I think that we should be more emphasizing Norman Manley. right? At my own school, Jamaica College, I believe that the mission statement should have something about the whole life of Norman Manley and the type of character that we want to develop among students. I believe that. But this is just the point that I want to make about this. Thank you.
Thank you. What we're doing here is looking to see what relevant or 1970s documents still have today. So that is what we are looking
Yes, 99% relevant.
Our chairman, I want to say that I was a bit disappointed with the WIO as a vanguard community. I was just looking at page 14. Looking at the vanguard statement of principles and what we are reaffirm our belief. Down the after we declare that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these basic principles, it is the duty and obligation of the people, especially you, to alter our approach and to provide new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing in such a form as to them shall seem likely to affect their social well-being. Comrade, there is no doubt in my mind that the system that we are living in has violated many of these principles. And I think, as a vanguard organization, we should be more vocal in terms of getting messages not only to you, but to the masses on the whole. You will know from our chairman that over the past 12 years, I have been trying to speak from the bar of the House of Parliament. Most people here don't know it enough. Thanks to DK Duncan. He was the one who instructed me and he was my advisor. I wanted us to use the Parliament to show them that the system has become destructive to our people. And I have written to about 4 speakers at the House. Today, I have yet to receive a reply from any, except one former WIO member, Mike Fair, indicated to me personally that if he had allowed me to speak from the bar of the House of Parliament, they are going to say that he allowed a PNP. I am a vanguard, I am not just a PNP, I am a vanguard.
I said Angela, I said Basil, I said Leroy. Am I correct? Yeah. I said Angela.
Comrades, I've been away for a very long time, so I am not really familiar with what's happening in the ground down here. But I agree with Michael when he said parts of the document presented here today still relevant. No, Paul, are these things just a relic of the past? Or can you speak effectively if the current YO or the YO of the decades, the 90s, the 20s, have they really adopted the Vanguard Code, the Statement of Principles? Are they really working with these documents? have they discarded them? So I don't know if you can speak to that. That's my question, and that's my concern, considering I believe they're still relevant.
We'll answer in due course. Good morning, Pastor. We reject the whole structure of private property. Profit and personal position. Living in Jamaica today, at my age, within 2 months, I'm 68.
We're still 69. On Paul turns 7.
Talk about wealth creation. Today, I listen. That sounds like a bad word. However, I have to be thinking about the medication of future years. Thinking about private property. Right now, at presently, I'm thinking create a brand, Ital Vital. I am thinking about health, which is good. My health is good. And wellness of future. I want to 50 years time can stand up in a crowd, a group like this. And at my age now, and my feelings in my body, I know since I know how to keep myself fit. Because I survived through this struggle from down Hannahtown, St. Anne's Church, right up. All the time I have to run up a job as my base, so St. Anne's. All those running well, keep me fit enough. Believe me, trust me. I'm prove it over the last 3-4 weeks, more than ever. But I don't have any wealth. I don't have any property, no material wealth. I mean, disregard all of that. But luckily, we have good health today. How do I sustain myself going forward? Ask myself the question. You know, I never used to beg. I don't grow up that way to ask anybody for anything. So today, now going forward, I'm thinking about creating a brand, Ital Vital. And I'm thinking about food, herbs and spice. How do I sell that spice to the market? Who want it? How do I get black gold to the market? How do, Marcus Garvey, we talk about wealth creation and the black people are up in the hills. Disregard him and say, that because you're a black man, they gold. Wealth creation, so we should be like the Jews. How do we 7 of us, 8 of us unite with their personal business and move the business into something?
Follow attraction. Follow attraction.
Thank you very much. And I saw Leroy put hand in the line.
Awareness. I think the Vanguard Code is an excellent document, but it is a historical document. Historical document that illustrates the thinking, the idealism of the youth leadership leaders of the PNPYO at the time it was repeated in 1970. The problem with the Vanguard Code is that its standards are too high. The details that it set out are unrealistic for an ordinary human being to attain. And they realize its problem. Because while we accept, and I think we all do and should accept the principle that leaders should be held to a higher standard than ordinary members. That leaders should be held to a higher standard than ordinary members. The problem is, when you set your standard so high and in such excruciating detail, you open yours, and because you cannot achieve these goals, it means you open yourself up to the charge of hypocrisy when you eventually fail to accomplish these high standards. So what I'm saying is, in the general principle of leadership, leaders must be held to a higher standard and must hold themselves to a higher standard. And it is remarkable that in 1977, whenever we had members, leaders within the younger cohort of PNP who thought that this is how they should live. But we must understand and admit that in practical terms, this really is unachievable.
Thank you very much. And the main outcome of that document was one really poor. Let's come to this yourself.
We're modern, we have cameras swinging.
The room is full. All right.
Comrade, the document is 45 years on. There's no political party, political group. I have no, but I'm not with you. I guided them 45 years. So, because if we were to use this together, no, to be in complete isolation. What is happening in society. Therefore, the document needs to be reviewed. I'm not going to go into details at point the subsection on page 8, we reject the whole attractions of private property, profit and personal acquisitiveness. If we have to come to some kind of understanding as to the role of private property in national development. One thing I've learned over the years, and I was inside here, can agree to, is that if you are not personally strong in all regards, you cannot make any contribution to the national. And all regards, we also be financially strong.
Yeah.
We have known many corporates who over the years have given their lives to the national movement. And when they reach the point of being faced with serious health issues, they have had to stress their hands. So many of us who ourselves were not in a position to assist. We also have to look at right below that, commit ourselves totally and irrevocably to socialist discipline and struggle in a spirit of firm humility and socialist resolve. Let's identify the particular area. Because even among socialists, we have different definitions and approaches to its implementation and also to democratic socialism. Below that, we declare total and infinite dedication to the ultimate liberation of our beloved country from all kinds of oppression, from capitalism, from imperialist penetration, domination, and from fascism.
Those words to roll off the tongue one time.
I know, and I'm saying, absolutely. In other words, in the 1970s, I held this very high wherever, no doubt about it, and that is what we work towards. Absolutely no difficulty with it. But if we're not able to make adjustments in life as we move through, we will become totally irrelevant. Because remember, the center of our thinking at all times is to give state power. The one below that, we swear with the blood of our forefathers, perennial and eternal allegiance to our party under socialism, and rededicate ourselves to the struggle to bring about the socialist revolution in Jamaica. We go to page 9. We go to page 9, number 5. That in order to have a just society, the government must have total ownership and control of the infrastructure. And below that, number 7, that the country should be organized by fully socialist democracy, where all the people of the country have total access to decision-making. I just identified a few coverage here, in order to be able to bring the document relevant to today's reality.
And to just respond to Angela, I think we have to be very clear as we move forward. What is the economic model we define as socialism? To be practical. Right? I'm not into labels anymore. Right? I'm into whatever policies improve the quality of life of the people, whatever one call it. But I know it's not capitalism as we see existing now. But some hybrid model as Cuba has moved towards, right? And China, some other countries. But this was in the context of 1977. And the White House dropped it quickly in the 1990s, right? Most of these things just dropped it, right? Because there was a new world globalization. We didn't want to interfere with their direction of their side. But the whole issue of ideology was downplayed in the People's National Party. Ideology is something like socialism and communism. Right? Like I said, oh, you're ideological. Nobody's ideological. Right? Nobody has an outlook on what kind of economic system and how it should go in the country, etc., etc. So that was that issue. That's the law. Never read it for the first time. Okay. Or you've done all the secret documents in the 1977 and was able to read them.
Just as I was able to see many of the vanguard that came on.
Listen to me. Not to the White House. Right. But that was a widely circulated document. It was never a secret document. It was not circulated. All right. Oh, look at E.A. Marston.
Yeah. I just want to clarify what Bert spoke about in terms of the youth in the 1990s. Because I remember reading in the newspaper, a certain president of the PNPYO said, this leadership that we have will not come as sufferers and poor like the PNPYO of the 1970s. But I think that Byron Buckley, look at the 1980s, and he had this to share with us. There was a view that the casualty of the politics of the 1980s was our youth. With everyone else caught up in economic adjustment, restructuring, our young people went without a moral direction and the opportunity to be politically involved. This is an article by Byron Buckley, Young People, Young Jamaicans and Politics, Gleaner, July 16, 1989. He concluded with this: the feeling of involvement characterized our youth during the 1970s gave way in the 1980s to a feeling of hopelessness, political apathy, and a strong craving after material and American values. And I think that it goes without saying in terms of how we look at the kind of conservative transformation in the 1980s. And we need to see how that politics affected you. But the real thing was, there seemed to have been a divorce between the parties and the youth organization, not only in the PNP, but also in the JLP. And I think what that experience is a group named G2K that probably started around in the late 90s, early 2000s, right? New move in terms of bringing new kind of young people into politics. It's not a matter whether you agree or disagree with it, right? But there was something that there was this kind of truncated relationship between young people and the history of progressive politics in the PNP.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you very much for that. And remember, this is not an exercise of nostalgia and masturbation. It's just remind ourselves where we are coming from because we have a journey to go forward. So we're not stuck in the past, but we're just trying to remind ourselves of what were the foundations of the PNP organization where we started. Michael Dorman, the support solo, made one comment, and I have it. The pamphlet distributed was called Youth Defend Youth Against Imperialism. And Miles was led by the Youth Forces for National Liberation. Was the main one and two distributed that extends from the base. And some of us are very upset, and Louis Castro in particular, how those people were ushered out, and ushered out is a very kind word from Excelsior. Because we believe that you should contend. And I would tell you personally, I had issues for many years. Did I belong in the People's National Party of PNPYO? Or were we dividing, as the thing said, were we dividing the anti-imperialist movement by becoming linked to a political party? And I had to deal with that struggle for many years. I wrote about it about 10 years ago and sent it to NBC. But I resolved that perhaps I was right. As I said, that is another function, of course, I had made up my mind. Michael walked away from the PNP before me. He told me, I saw that we're not going to be involved in the mix of socialism, right? And he resigned. I did not take that position from that time, right? But when I was comfortably out at Wildman Street, working with ICAP, working with Christopher, Louis Castro was my insurance agent, and Royal Cook remained my friend. And during they worked on it, they targeted and I go, you know, with this start, with the grants, and I was convinced, Louis Castro said, this is a real thing, Paul. This is a real thing, and back by Royal Cook, the party is serious. And I rejoined believing that it was the real thing. So
thanks, Paul. Way beyond my expectations at home this session so far today. I hope it to manifest. It is the first time I'm seeing this statement that we gave by the principles from 1969 and going. And what strikes me, in fact, around Mr. Roy, Leroy comments and the landlords have helped me to. So was troubling in my mind when you said Leroy that it seems that these statements are we have set it too high. I understand where you're coming from, but I think the problem is deeper than that. The way in which socialism and the movement towards achieving it is expressed is unrealistic. Even then, and I mean, sorry to correct myself, I remember saying, but it struck me when you brought up this morning in your first introduction to the 11th World Festival of Music. And I went wrong. The People's National Party Organization, I thought, have stepped back from participating in the 11th World Festival. Why? Why? Because, and this I remember from the WPA side, and after the 76 election, the Workers' Liberation League, not yet the Workers' Party, had begun to internally reflect on
what was being called the National Democratic Revolution or the path of socialist orientation, which required less of the proletarians and the working class on this side against the rest of those involved in farming or development. You understand those words? And we began to look again at whether with consultation to some of the then classic texts of that socialism in the Soviet Union. I remember we looked at Ulianovsky on the National Democrat, Karen Ruten's on the path of socialist organization. All of which, as is coming to us now, requires avant-garde, yes, that can bring together a nation of people wanting real change. When I say this, I remember a slogan of the Cuban Communist Party, second Congress here, along with the Spanish, I think, which can translate from February. La fuerza del partido radica en su vinculación estrecha con las masas. The force of the party, you know, so called radical, manifest.
It's rooted.
It's rooted, thank you, by its wide and extensive links amongst the masses of the people. I said this is not just too light, but it's a little outright in not seizing the necessity, while we as a vanguard remain realistic in our ideas about what is this example we have to set for the rest of the year. But we know that we mustn't make no money, we mustn't have a farm, we must go in business. That don't wash. It don't wash anywhere now in the world. It wash now where Venezuela providing an example to Nicaragua. Because it's either they carry the people, and it means some unpopular decisions there. It's not all the while it went down. So what you really need to have a vanguard and a mass movement that genuinely reflects the body of our people and our aspirations. Give thanks to what that is.
Put your door on the bottom during that period. Right? And John Wood was on there in Havana. Right, Bush?
She spent time in Havana.
She spent time in Havana. Right. All right. We're moving on comment. I want to thank you for that.
I won't be very long, but I think part about Norman man that we need to look at it again because he made a temporary sacrifice. Every time I drive over there, I realize that this man's soul is to keep the national movement going. It's something that we cannot forget. I remember a few years ago, last minister with his birthplace at Roxborough, the place that they really broke down place. And he was in a position as minister. He with the comrades of Manchester. Today you have a proper place that you can visit. I think every comrade should go to a place of other days to see what is there as birthplace of the national movement. Exemplary above all others. There's no comparison. The other part is that I think when we go to see place in China, right? I kind of shied away, but I am impressed. I would have been able to survive as a nation and now become a lead editor as the leading country in terms of economy in the world. And they have had to make several changes and friction with the Soviet Union. And they have more than one time had to dig deep and find solutions. We have to lift so many persons out of poverty. And this is the essence of what we do. We can lift the whole people. What is the point? And that is why we are involved in this. To see how we can lift the masses and carry our people forward. So I think we need to look at what to do. We can compromise the principles and we want to make wishy-washy. But certainly the objective out there is to give the people hope. I don't know hope, but to lift them out of poverty.
Thank you. Really appreciate the comments. I think it's about lunchtime. What time are we now?
One question.
Yes,
I don't even know. The conversation here among us has been so rich. I listen to it. I wonder to what extent the leadership of the current wild invited to the president.
Yes, well, first of all, we try to get them involved on the planning committee for months. The president plans to be here today, right? But the one was just being reorganized. Those we had sent them individuals, just going back as an organization in the last couple of weeks, right? That's a question we need to internalize and do all people, right? So, comrades, I want to close this session. I want to do lunch is self-serve. The service soup, there's lobster, there's shrimp, there is ham, there is champagne, there is filet fish, there is filet fish, there no pork, there is and the lobster, there is so much lobster that is here. Please enjoy yourself. So don't all come at one time because time is going quickly. And Angela Francis, in a few minutes, is going to take the chair of this session.
Comments, I'm in charge of lunch. I'm now inviting you to proceed to the buffet and select your lobster or your conch and all the other things that Comrade Byrne introduced. Okay, soup will be served while you're seated. And comrades, I understand that the film stepping will be shown during lunch.
Yeah, correct. So we can break for a little while.
So comrades, we'll just break for a little while you get your lunch, eat, and then we will watch the film stepping, and then we'll have some. Oh, comrades, I'm getting a lot of competition here. So I'll just wait until we are all seated and having lunch before I talk. I will now go over and meet with Comrade Pauline Brown.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't hear you. How do I go back to screen share now? How do I go back to screen share now? Then I have to go full view, full screen share. Screen share. Is no. Just touch. Turn the volume for us. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Where's the
I can't let my hands continue.
Okay, so I have to call the attention.
No, I don't know if you just came out the video after when you see it after reflection.
All right.
You just get
On the comrade.
The microphone is there, the floor is on. You don't need to touch all the
evidently some of the techniques that still destabilization. We all know that in the poverty of our land, some of the young people, for instance, that live in poor areas, without real hope or chance of getting are away sometimes doing then fix it. Some of the people stand up and feel that slip. But they don't know that there is a destabilization that has paid someone to come and sell the idea of standard just China workers are striking. You want to hurt the country back. The light and power workers go on strike. Industry shut down, other workers get laid off. Women will have dollars worth of stuff in the cold place. Electricity gone, meat spoiled. When the meat spoiled, we want pets. And that only affects much around. Because the men been our last dollar that put in there. And when she has to search for dollars, she don't have to come to meat spoiled, she come to government. And then you can get it right, she will start to go school for my money.
Where's Enos College? Are Enos that?
Enos is historical.
All right, that's true. You mean BK soldier? BK soldier. Enos College, BK.
Yeah, man. BK number one. If you mention BK, if you mention BK and Tony,
Paul, can I ask to take my lunch?
Yeah, man, certainly. Yeah, man, certainly. No, but I want to, I orange saw the other one. Anything else but fruit punch?
The process of change cannot be stopped. We're going to continue stepping forward.
I can't just see anything today, right? Or YouTube message to talk to. Oh, not actually not eat. Put your chair to the side so you don't block the light. No.
Our reaction has been very, very the first 10 years of our independence we spent in Poverty was in children by 1,000 or were in conditions of malnutrition. People's national children 15 each year or so. 100,000. Started a whole range of programs to change interest and reform. Was to protect waters, and the local privileges. Change. We're beginning to make the basic changes to our economic system by 1977. We could see at that stage the vulnerabilities of the country from the last was the energy. The price is enormous. The leader in the job experience between 1977 and 1980. There's always going to be as the first government and social programs. First of all, the social welfare system going to So when you feel the pain, there's no question on that pain. You're actually immune from a kind of hardship. You're kind of actual suffering and disaster. That's the personal experience. Because you are so recently and still underdeveloped, it means that you don't have a highly developed production capacity. You don't have a lot of factories, a skilled agricultural community that can take advantage of things quickly. Saved from this property, approach is a disaster. It has not worked in the country where it was designed. All these are means of creating a deeper control. You articulate our hopes and our desires. Like a man doesn't belong just to Jamaica, but the world.
over tea and water.
Everybody can talk based from that
I don't know.
The first thing you want to talk is violence. And sometimes it's very useful when you have no political understanding. Because the shatter of the machine gun can obscure the silence of your own brain, which is as silent as a vacuum. And the political thinking of the Labour Party is like that of a vacuum. They have two political ideas in their history. It is as if a part of leprosy has started. Jamaica has been corrupted in every corner of life by the opposition. Turning man against man. Can you imagine if they were ever involved? In 1966,
who is that again? No man, who that?
I said, we're going to fight this.
I know her man.
That's the evil man. We don't want to hear us no leader. He distributed 10 million acres to the poor country. 10 million acres in Jersey was there. And the British hated it. And they abused it like they abused me. And they set up to mash him up. And they started the land and propaganda, and eventually they destroyed that country. And we're praying hard in this country.
Come on, carry us up to the second. I think while I'm going to stop that
But they cannot destroy that by sharing imperialism and the fascist Let me give you one example. There is a terrible lesson to be learned from Chile, and we must make sure that what happened to Chile never happens to Jamaica. All the great new land reform programs are created in one nation, and they must never be taken away from the people. When we take civil and clear, and begin to work up schemes for the poor young and poor farmers of Jamaica, in whose interest is that? When Cuba sends up some construction workers to build some schools, in whose interest are those schools built? And when the other citizens and neighbors come and take the schools back with them, just sit and speak.
What the name of this? My brother except for what I said a while ago, which I'm on the police working on. Stepping.
It's not just to win an election. It is a team of purpose. The purpose of the God's life is to find the businessman. The purpose of the God's life is to find the businessman. The purpose of the God's life is to find those people abroad who are thinking of investing.
Function now.
So that they can spread the future.
From them.
And when they spread the story, it seems to be things of the beginning when they have the big yellow hats who are the cornerstone and we represent lives. We got the way and live. The cleaner is free and the light
Angela, your time at night now to ask anybody's reflection.
Okay, comrades, you have all. So I'm sure you're ready to express your reflection. So we thoroughly enjoyed the seafair part. So I'm going to ask Comrade Louis Morrison to begin the discussion on the reflection from the movie Stepping.
Yes, Comrade. Good evening, once more. We can notice that all the lunch was not left up to work. There was some bread and soup. And probably chicken food soup. Now, I believe that if there was any glorious moment in the history of Jamaica since 1830, since 1838, is that period in the 1970s. In fact, I call it a second emancipation. Now, when you look at Jamaica, Jamaica could have been more developed today than Russia, Japan, Australia, and it was being carried forward by ex-slaves. What are going to the hills and in the bushes and in the valleys because they could not get to the land. The issue with land and black people in this country is a very serious one because that has been the main instrument used by the white people in this country to keep us back. So when Michael Malley came in and look at the land issue, it is something that we need to go over and visit. That here.
Robert, I think the back to go.
Now, the other thing is young people. What I see them try to do today in politics, and especially in PNPYO, is to believe that if you can put young people in offices and positions, it will attract young people. It does not work like that. What you need to do is to have the kind of programs and projects. And it was the only time in the history of this country that anybody paid attention to young people. Now, if you want to study the history of crime in this country, we're going to go back to 1857. And you set up people coming in the country never born in slavery. And had no love for the plantation, therefore there was no opportunity for them. Then we move from that group grow larger and larger. As we go along, they are not accounted for. And what happened? They build more prisons. And they have more laws in terms of social control. And the conformity that we have. When I look and I listen to Michael Manley, and I said, how did we lose? You know, most of the churches that were dominated in Jamaica come from America.
Yes.
These churches came here as some of the most conservative elements in the world. And we need to look at it and look today and see the impact that it has on society. The next thing is that we need the kind of educational system that will not be, that is not authoritarian. Authoritarian education system and political behavior, simple this, it does not train you to respond, to become critical, so you can critique. Every time you have a moment of critique, people get vexed because like they are mashed to on this kind of thing. We need right now to have some serious contention of ideas, and I still believe that we have not part of the 1970s.
Come on. Madam Mo, you're losing your touch, Madam Mo.
Let's start with us off. Now, go around the room for other perspectives.
We only have another 5 minutes.
We have 5 more minutes.
We took up 5 already.
Anyone else, perspective from maybe
Again, because Michael Manley was able to bring the country to a certain spirit, to understand what the role was to uplift the poor people, etc., etc., etc. It was a great time in our history and all like that, because but everything really started as concepts that go back to the earlier circles. And I still think that we should look at that and see how Michael Manley was able to implement what came out of the earlier circles. Of course, it came to Michael Manley style, it came without a certain culture and so forth. Yeah. And that decided to continue. Go back to Norman Manley. I'm basically a Norman Manley. And
thank you, Michael. Any other perspective on accepted?
Anytime the PNP for the PNP leadership allowed section to get disconnected from the will of the people. What the premise I want to say before, after being in power, to stop work for the working people and start to work for the ruling people, especially the banks. So now we here, I need to take a position and work to ensure that if we help the PNP to come back to power, we can safeguard to ensure they come back to power, they fulfill that promise for the working people. Because if not, we just don't be the same again, you know. So, and there's one more thing that I should not burn on, I need to start. If we ever dream of getting back power, if we ever dream of getting back state power in the near future, because there are some prominent people around the leader who, while they support him, do not believe we can get state power in the near future. So if we ever dream of doing that, we have to make sure we denounce the corruption of this government. I promise that we will not do it. And to ensure that we must denounce it and not denounce the amount of robbery this government going around with. The amount of robbery we can, at this moment, we can isolate and we can smear the leadership of the city. Yes, so bad that we cannot. But so the PNP leadership is a fair agreement, because to do that, they have to be committed not to do what the JP do now. So we need to encourage them and push them to commit it to not being a robber. Yes, and not being a robber and ensure anybody in the PNP in the future become a robber, they go to prison. to ensure that we must try and send all JP robbers to prison. It must be our commitment to that right now. The people of the PNP and the JP are the same. Two bunch of people. Everybody has something to. So we have to come with some different and ensure that we prepare to send our JP person to prison so that if we come to power, our JP will send our team to prison too. So we can get them out and stop it.
Thank you, Congress. Any other perspective? I have to say that we still have a work for us. Because we look at stepping and it's like, we have not stepped. We have stood still. So we still have a work for us. And the issues are still there, Congress. I don't know how and if and when we will ever get past those issues. And we need government that is bold, decisive, and is really not afraid to go against the grain. Any other perspective on the movie? Except we, just want to say, I really do thank and appreciate the leadership of Comrade Michael Manley, both on the national and international sphere, for all the work he did in terms of magnifying the plight of the masses of Jamaican people who lived and continue to live in abject poverty. Any other perspective, Comrade, on the movie? Okay. Comrade Marsh.
Comrade.
Oh, yes.
Comrade Burr. What I would say,
still the thing that we can see.
He has the archive of the PNP and PNPYO. I think what should be done is that a method be found to carry this to the team. There are still PNP people who would be motivated when they see something like this to hear a Michael Manley voice. And it will give the young people who don't know Michael Manley but are subjected to propaganda. It will give them an opportunity to see who the man was, man of my own heart. Thank you.
See what
You might have to manage.
Thank you, Comrade. I do believe we have ended this session.
So you're over tomorrow.
But just to echo something Comrade Michael Burr said in terms of us learning more about Norman Manley. And I do believe the YO would deserve best if there's something on the life and times of Michael Manley, Norman Manley, because a country, what did God say? People knowledge of its history. Okay, so I end with that comment, and I turn it over to someone else. No. I think we have one more. Right?
Yes, my comment is pretty short. What I'm asking is, can't you put these things in the curriculum of that? I mean, the history of this country doesn't end with the emphasized or not. What they teach in history in the curriculum of the high school, not sufficiently of the curriculum. I have looked also with a section about how I'm gonna ask you this. I have things So, so on, who was going to write that something. Those people say from all the time, Marx and Lenin, communist leaders against Russia and other things. The Russians, kids come from the community and come practice and democracy on weekends at night. And if you want to come and show you online, you know, that this can be done. I'm an engineer, I've said before, and I do not like to implement these things. I go there and do it, and then I talk. Do these things, I don't see you doing these things. I come to the meeting that I hear you planning to do, and you have no fun, and you have no support, no resources to do. You can have resources, and after and so then you give it to the community, let them watch it, later so that they can, find time to watch it. That's all I have. Very on this session.
Thank you, Comrade. So I now turn it over back to Comrade Paul.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know you have had a very sumptuous meal. I know. But we're I'm sorry about it. We are now going to go back to the agenda with Maureen. We'll come back to Harris at some other time. Later, I promise you, Harris. Thanks for being here. Right? All right, so hold on, let me just take the comments now. Hold on. Let me unmute you. Hold on. I'm trying to get Harris.
Yeah. Am I up?
Yes. Go ahead, Harris.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Being a vanguard is sacrifice, right? And you must be prepared to sacrifice. But we're way past that now in the debate. Let us recognize that the PNP is not a political party. It is an election machine. So therefore, it is not going, we're not going to be successful because in a political party, you're going to have to study. People in the PNP don't know history. They don't know history. They don't know politics. All they know is retail politics, getting elected. And that is our major problem. We can all look back at the Vanguard Code and all those things and subscribe to it, and it is difficult. Yes, it is difficult because we are not afforded any kind of cushion or space for personal development in all of this. It is you're either doing the politics or you're taking care of yourself. And that is where we have a problem. And until the party disciplines itself in terms of what it is and what it wants to do for Jamaica, we're not going to get very far. And one of my constant arguments is that I will always forever be grateful to Norman Manley for the institution of the common entrance exam. Without it, a lot of us would not be educated. A lot of us would not go past, what we'd say, 14 years old, and that was it. You had to turn out and start working. So, it's about time the party do some introspection and realize that if it wants to succeed in government, it has to stop being a party machine and being a dedicated political party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harris. And thanks for being here from this morning. Okay, we now going to move on. We're going to move on. Yeah, so I'm turning over the microphone, sorry, to Maureen Denton. I'm sorry, is this on? Let's check. Yeah, it's organized. Yeah. Maureen, I want to get the podium. Ask them to turn, let's do a slide, turn them back, podium. You're right, let's put there.
Mr. Me can't believe it. Mr. Me can't believe it. Room never rent me apply within, but as we go in cockroach, rat and scalp and also one good nose up a room. I'll go up there and sit down on a high wall like Humpty Dumpty. Me a face me reality. One little boy come blow him up. And me look on him with scoff. As we realize that boy people was a victim of the trick them called partisan politics and me bang me belly and me ball. I'm a bang me belly and me ball, Lord. Me say me can't believe it. Me say me can't believe it. My daughter boyfriend named Seal. And he passed through the port like our grandparents feed and all that we need. What a night, what a blight, and my life is a stiff fight. And me say me can't believe it. Me say me can't believe it. Sitting on the wall with my friends, talking about things and times. Here one boy said, who that? Who that? Who? He said, who that? Who that? I said, who that? We are saying who that? When you take a stop, then lift it down flat. Things start fly, big man start crying. He said, we can't believe it. He said, we can't believe it. The other day, I passed by here. When you take a stop, me here. Hey, boy. Yes, ma'am. Hey, boy. Yes, ma'am. You clean up the dark shit? Yes, ma'am. And he said, we can't believe it. He said, we can't believe it. There is some other poor get a work as a domestic. Boss man moving, Popsicle is supposed she pregnant again. Popsicle is supposed she pregnant again. And he said, we can't believe it. He said, we can't believe it. The other night, we hear fire! Fire to Peter! Who did? Orange Street fire up on my head and we say, me can't believe it. We say, me can't believe it. This is some blackboard move in our one building. But we rent no people. So them can't speak. Lord, your person the dispossessed can't get no rest. What next? Take a trip from Kingston to Jamaica. Take 12 from a dozen and they say, me mama in a heaven mad house and they say, me can't believe it. They say, me can't believe it. You believe it? Listen, you believe it? Or you have to believe it when you're blind, you are to it. But we know you believe it. Lord, we know you believe it. Michael Smith. Our part in the 1970s. Politics. So good afternoon again, comrades. This section, we're going to be looking at how we began and why the mission wasn't accomplished. And we're going to call on Comrade Leroy Cook to give us a presentation on this. Comrade Leroy Cook has already been introduced, but he has been a pivotal member of this grouping, actively working to put together documents, etc. And his phenomenal memory is only matched, I think, by Paul's and maybe Angela's. Comrade Leroy Cook.
Thank you.
Is this microphone the right microphone?
Yeah, let me know this one.
Are you hearing me? Yes. Am I being heard?
Yeah.
Director. Wow, wow.
Proceed?
No, we can't proceed yet. Can't proceed.
I take my orders from El Comandante.
Yeah.
Check one.
You have to turn off the other one. From home time, I might take all day, man. You have to tape it like say that. You have to come down a minute, you know. You have to come down a minute, you know.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Maureen. What a beautiful.
We're not hearing nothing from through the microphone. I think the microphone is turned on. They're turning back on.
1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah. Thank you, Comrade Maureen, for that beautiful Michael Smith poem. I think I heard him. I remember hearing and seeing him deliver it. I think it was at that 1975 YO conference. Comrades, I have given this speech before. So if you have heard it before, I crave your indulgence. The PNPYO had its genesis in the PNP's election defeat of February 1967, its second successive. For the first 29 years of the party's existence, the idea of a youth organization apparently never occurred to the party leadership. This is understandable, as the first prominent leaders of the party were most young. The party's foundation in 1938, the ages of those who would become its most notable leaders were N.W. Manley, 45, Edith Dalton James, 42, Ivan Lloyd, 35, O.T. Fairclough, 34, Enel Soul, 34, Vernon Arnett, 32, Ken Hill, 29, F.A. Glasspool, 29, Frank Hill, 27, Wilson Isaacs, 20-something, Richard Hart, 21. But by our 1967 election defeat, several people seemed to think that the party needed to reconnect with the youth. I made my proposal for a youth organization in
a paper to the reappraisal committee sometime in 1967. But unknown to me, on the 24th of July 1967, the first meeting was held of a youth organization committee set up by the party's organizing committee. The appointed members of this youth organization committee were Anthony Spalding, Bolton Cable, Carlisle Dunkley, and Eric Bell. Subsequently, they co-opted Harold Murray, Derek White, Les Hart, and Dennis Slowly. Tony Spalding was the chairman, and Dennis Slowly was the secretary. When I accepted P.J. Patterson's invitation and became youth organizer in October 1968, I discovered that this youth organization committee had done quite a bit of thinking about the nature and structure of the proposed youth organization, and that my ideas and theirs coincided on most points. In terms of continuity, Dennis Slowly was a link between the earlier effort and the one that I was associated with. First record that I have of a meeting of our youth organization committee was on Thursday, 31st October 1968. President Worley Roy, Cook Odell Fleming, Dennis Slowly, Tony Brown, Jeffrey Hofat, Wallace Campbell, Paul Robertson, Eric Frater, Winston Wright, Mrs. Pamela Tryon, and Miss Norma Segree. Holidays were received from Desmond Gascoigne, Clinton Maddox, and Eddie Matalan, designated chairman. In Eddie Matalan's absence, I took the chair. Following meeting, Dennis Slowly was in the chair. I gave my first written report to the party executive on the 11th December 1968. Under the heading Organizational Recommendations, I proposed the following. 1. The party executive should appoint one of its members with the equivalent prestige of vice president to become, if not the voice of youth, at least the party's spokesman on youth. 2. Constituency organization. Each constituency committee should appoint a youth secretary or organizer and a small youth advisory committee to initiate and direct youth groups and activities in each constituency. The youth secretary should be the chief liaison with the national youth organization. 3. Strategy. Areas of priority. National. 1. Southern St. Andrew. Southwestern St. Andrew. Central Kingston. 2. Central area of Ireland. St. Catherine, St. Mary, and Northern Clarendon. Between 1969, 19th of July, Paul has already told, it was when we actually had our first youth rally, and it was advertised in the cleanup. We also had some posters that we put up around the place. And I remember Patrick Cooper at the time was our working at the party office as the officer in charge of public relations and publicity. And he consulted with our public relations and advertising agency to do the posters for us. First design that they showed us was in red, white, and blue. And I said, no, we could not have those colors. Let us have some African colors. And the colors of the poster that we came up with were green,
and black. So the first colors of the PNPYO were green. Anyway, between 1969 and 1972, apart from the work among 6 farmers and students at the Jamaica School of Agriculture, we did some unspectacular work in places like Jonestown, 16 Cook Street we used to be, Sutherfield, 88 Old Hope Road, Grand Spend, Islington in St. Mary, Old Harbour, Lloydersville, Dixon, St. Catherine, Race Course, Kennetts, Woodhall, Sanguinetti in Clarendon, Marley Hill in South Manchester, Freeman's Hall in Upper Trelawney. But the only places where we had relatively vibrant parish youth organizations were in Portland and Manchester. However, the PNPYO didn't really take off until 1974, when Tony Spalding became vice president in charge of youth. After that, there was no turning back for the PNPYO. Apart from Tony Spalding, a short list of the people most responsible for the consolidation and expansion of the PNPYO would read Roy Cook, Sheldon MacDonald, Louis Castrota, and Paul Burke. 1 month after I started working at the party head office, first president of the party, N.W. Manley, gave his last presidential address to the party at the national arena. First time we were holding a conference at that venue. In that speech, 30 years after the party's founding rally, Norman Manley declared that the mission of his generation had been to win self-government for Jamaica. I am proud to stand here today, he said, and say to you who fought that fight with me, say with gladness and pride, mission accomplished for my generation. He then outlined his vision of the mission of the next generation, my generation. It is to be made up, he said, by the use of your political power of tackling the job of reconstructing the social and economic society and life of Jamaica. 4 years earlier, 4 months earlier, at his 75th birthday dinner, he had put it like this: I am convinced, deeply convinced, that the role of this generation is to proceed to the social and economic reform of Jamaica. It is to conceive a society based on principles of equality and to remove the duality that splits us so profoundly. From then on, I accepted that as my mission in politics. I accepted it as a mission that a youth organization would try and get the PNP to work to accomplish. More than 50 years later, any objective observer will agree that we have not accomplished that mission. My main concern today is to offer a few thoughts on why we didn't accomplish the mission. I expect that these might be regarded as somewhat unorthodox views, and I'm sure that they will be followed by differing views, and hopefully we might eventually open the debate, open the door to a full-scale debate on the subject. So, why did we not accomplish the mission? I think the answer lies in two kinds of errors committed by the PNP leading up to and following the elections which we won in 1972. Errors which have been perpetuated by subsequent PNP governments. On the one hand, there are errors of commission. On the other hand, there are errors of omission. In other words, we did those things which we ought not to have done, and we left undone those things which we should have done. The first and most basic error of commission was that we won the 1972 election without a mandate. I don't mean that we failed to get a mandate. I mean that we sought not to get a mandate that people would hold us to, that people would judge us by, and that we could use as a map to chart our course and guide us as we steer the ship of state between the reefs and shoals of political opportunism, treachery, and uncertainty. Sure, we had said that better must come. Every section of the population was left to pick and choose what was meant by better. Government found itself a hostage to the contending expectations of disparate interest groups. As a result of coming into government without a clear program, it took us too long to decide on the concrete measures that we would pursue. More significant programs came at the end of the regime. By then, conditions were against us. We needed to have established the main lines of our program by 1974, before the economic downturn set in. After that, we developed policy mainly in reaction to events, as we had surrendered the initiative to orchestrate events. Compare that to the actions in 1933 of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the longest serving president of the United States, whose New Deal transformed American society for at least the rest of the 20th century. Although most of this New Deal legislation was later declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, the major impact of these measures was not blunted because Roosevelt had got them passed by Congress within the first 100 days of taking office. For us, we took a deliberate decision to be as vague as possible on policy measures before the 1972 election. The point is not that our leaders did not have any ideas. In fact, they may have had too many ideas, but they robbed themselves of the advantage of filtering those ideas through the strainer of public opinion, of simultaneously improving those ideas and preparing the public to participate in their implementation. Thus, the party deliberately abandoned what had previously been one of its greatest strengths. Up until then, the PNP had been known as a party of planning. It won the 1955 elections on the strength of the Plan for Progress, which had been widely publicized for years before, and which guided its action in government for the next 7.5 years. a period in which Jamaica led the world in economic growth and of our enlightened approach to development. Leading up to the 1967 elections, the PNP's plan for action had been widely discussed within the party and presented to the public months before the election. Those elections were eventually lost by less than 1%, in spite of a two-tone electoral system that discriminated against the PNP. After the 1967 elections, some people argued that we had lost because we were too honest in telling the people the details of what we planned to do as government. Yet as for me, I became politically active as a result of the 1967 plan for action. I believe we should have prepared ourselves for our mission by spending the 3 years between 1969, when we elected a new president, and 1972, when elections were due, by spending that time educating the country on the 1967 program and further fine-tuning that program for implementation. From the original era of commission of deciding to fight 1972 elections without a clearly mandated program of action flowed other consequential errors of commission. Those consequential errors of commission occurred on two planes: those of our agenda, that of our agenda and that of our propaganda. Our agenda was characterized by a delay in developing a coherent vision. It is not enough for the leader to have a vision, This vision must be transmitted to the people and be transformed into the people's vision, a common vision for the nation as a whole. For if every man should follow his own vision, there must be chaos and the people must perish. One manifestation of this was an early diffuseness of focus, which saw us trying to implement too many priorities at the same time and trying to please all interest groups at the same time. Bound up with this diffuseness of focus was a failure to persist with some of our key programs, such as education and the agricultural programs, Operation Grow and Operation Land Lease. On the propaganda plane, we started to adopt the posture and rhetoric of class struggle without first deciding who were to be our allies in that struggle. Or just as important as defining one's enemies in a struggle must be to define one's allies. And if we are struggling, not just for the sake of struggle, but in order to win, then we have to build up our alliance until our combined strength is greater than that of our opposition. Instead, the party at least neglected its traditional base of support, its original bedrock base of support, the middle class, or at worst, treated it with contempt. I'm using the term middle class in the conventional Jamaican sense of middle income. Irony is that those who reap the greatest long-term benefits from the PNP regime of 1972 to 1980 were those who turned most sharply away from the PNP. The greatest beneficiaries of programs like free education and the National Housing Trust were undoubtedly the middle class. even the upper middle class saw a rise in their fortunes as they moved towards national ownership of the public utilities and greater national control of the bauxite companies, hotels, and banks opened the doors for Jamaican managers. In a comparative look at the election results of 1977 and 1976 is instructive. In 1972 and 1976. In 1972, we got support of 75% of white-collar workers, our number one segment of support at the time. By 1976, that support had fallen by 20% to just 55% support, moving this group down from number one to number four among categories of supporters. Our biggest victory in 1972 was in northern St. Anthony, taking in areas like Pembroke Hall, Uenden, Havendale, Meadowbrook, Reynolds Road, Shortwood, Barbican, and so on. Here, Alan Isaacs won by more than 10,000 votes. In view of the numbers involved, declining middle class support was more serious than the defection of the capitalists and high-income professionals, whose support declined from 60% to 20% between 1972 and 1976. Apart from their numbers, the middle class is the most articulate social group and the group most easily motivated by arguments based on principle. Middle class should have been more susceptible than any other to being mobilized by a coherent vision. Now, if we look back, in spite of declaring itself a socialist party in 1940, the party of Norman Manley, Noel Neversoul, O.T. Fairclough, Floridel Glasspool, Ivan Lloyd, Ken Hill, Frank Hill, Richard Hart, Arthur Henry, Edith Dalton James, and Vernon Arnett, had succeeded in securing the loyalty of the middle class for the PNP. A loyalty which was so strong, was as strong as that of Afro-Americans for the Democratic Party in the USA in the latter part of the 20th century. But the middle class deserted the PNP between 1972 and 1976 because our agenda and our propaganda were at war with each other. It is hard to be an objective observer of oneself or to stay within a movement and objectively assess its performance. But to thinking people outside, our behavior at times must have bordered on the schizophrenic. As if to compensate for our ideological silence before the elections, he made a bipolar turn in the direction of ideological verbosity, becoming increasingly strident and strident in our utterings. Having floundered around without a map for the first 2 years, by 1974, he thought it necessary to mount a campaign to declare ourselves a democratic socialist party with a capital DS. Not having repudiated our long-standing socialist label, we of the PNP must have seemed like a couple that decided to renew their vows because there might be some doubt about their continuing loyalty. This campaign not only diverted the energies of a party in power, but highlighted the inconsistency between our words and our actions, and raised suspicions that we were preparing to move in a new direction. The more we proclaim, we know where we are going, the more we raise fears among the middle class. Either that we really don't know where we want to go, or that we were headed towards a secret destination that would only be distrustful. It would have been more productive, I think, to have simply adopted N.W. Manley's statement in his final presidential address in that November 1968 party conference, when he said, "We reaffirm the socialism we believe in when we say socialism is founded on respect for the full and the sacred dignity and right of each individual human being. It must constantly preserve every aspect of freedom and liberty and courage and support the tolerance that this implies. Its aim is to create a world in which the brotherhood of man becomes a reality and the resources of each country and of the world are developed for the good of all and for the achievement of a society of equal opportunity for all and equal access to the fundamentals of the decent citizen, the civilized and the expanding life. It is only in such a world of security that freedom and liberty can truly be found." But the party had long since lost patience with the Norman Manley approach to politics in preference for the Bustamante approach. It thus became increasingly difficult to defend ourselves against charges of promoting style over substance and rhetoric over performance, and that our idealistic language was disguising a creeping tolerance of corruption. Because we had not settled ideological and programmatic schedule before the elections of 1972, we had to try and settle it while we were the government, instead of concentrating on governing. Unfortunately, we have now institutionalized the 1972 approach to elections. It became the norm after 1972 to present a manifesto to the country as close to the elections as possible, so as to give the country as little time as possible for discussion. These manifestos were usually drafted by a small committee, so that not even the party delegates participated in a meaningful discussion of their conflicts. Not only was our agenda out of step with our propaganda, but our economics was out of step with our politics. It is not that it takes cash to care, but if you squander the cash you have, protestations of caring begin to sound hollow and hypocritical. First economic misstep to note. We introduced our heavy expenditure programs before our main income earning measures. It was only in 1974 that the bauxite levy was imposed. Yet the year before, in 1973, we had expanded our public works programs, brought in subsidies for basic foods, and introduced free secondary and university education and free school uniforms. This was to be followed in 1974 by the Special Employment Program. Second economic misstep to note. In 1974, when we saw the economic crisis, approaching, he introduced certain austerity measures. These measures were starting to have the desired effect, as could be seen from the fact that exports for the year increased more than imports. Yet these measures were lifted long before the crisis was over. As a result, we had to accept much harsher austerity measures under the whip of the IMF 3 years later. Third economic misstep to note: a capital development fund was set up in 1974 from the proceeds of the bauxite levy. The purpose of this fund was to finance economic development projects, but it was used almost exclusively to finance government housekeeping. The common thread linking these economic missteps is that they were all reactive measures instead of proactive measures. They were all firefighting moves to respond to some looming crisis instead of the result of a well thought out and carefully planned strategy of development, a strategy such as would have informed and been buttressed by a clear electoral mandate. The lack of an electoral mandate not only forced us into making wrong moves, but prevented us from making the moves that we should have made if we were to accomplish the mission of our generation, the mission to conceive a society based on principles of equality and to remove the duality that splits us so profoundly. The first thing that we ought to have done, we left under, was to have overhauled the system of financing political parties and candidates for election. Democracy will always be undermined, and one man, one vote will remain a cruel joke as long as parties which call themselves parties of the people have to depend for their survival on the purse strings of the wealthy. It will never be possible for any government to proceed to the social and economic reform of Jamaica when in its quest for power, the party which makes up that government could not ensure the election of its candidates without relying on the dollars of those who are the beneficiaries of the status quo, those who therefore would be the likely losers in that social and economic reform. That is the secret behind the deliberate failure to seek an electoral mandate. An electoral mandate publicly binds a party to pursue a certain course of action. Undeclared financial support secretly restrains the party from proceeding to any course of action which would jeopardize the interests of those providing the financial support. More and more, it is becoming recognized that democracy will remain imperfect to the extent that a country's lawmakers have to rely on the largest of private patrons. Consequently, there is hardly a developed country left in the world today which does not have some system of state financing of political parties and candidates for elections. That is what we should have done as soon as we won in 1972. We will never be able to accomplish our mission of using our political power to tackle the job of reconstructing the social and economic society and life of Jamaica until we have instituted a system of state financing of political parties and parliamentary candidates. Along with that, of course, goes the need to replace the token subscription for party members with realistic and substantial subscriptions proportional to each member's income. This will be a declaration of intent that members must be the first in line to contribute and not the first in line to receive. Our second error of omission has been our failure to embark on a serious program of devolution of power to the people. Instead, the movement has been in the opposite direction. All power and decision making is concentrated in Kingston. The parish councils and the KCAC are much weaker in 2022 than they were in 1968. Each day we complain about Kingston being the murder capital of the world, with 3/4 of those murders being committed in downtown Kingston. Yet with every passing year, the capital city of our island is increasingly neglected. With every passing year, the government itself abandons its offices in downtown Kingston to seek safe haven uptown. With every passing year, we weaken the ability of the local authorities to engage in any meaningful town planning. With every passing year, we continue to frustrate some of our brightest sons and daughters. The tokenism of a so-called local government reform, which has only succeeded in changing the names of our parish councils to municipal councils, and which has still not succeeded in giving our local government authorities the authority to raise their own funds, to fix their roads, to organize programs of sport and cultural activities and family life education and counseling for the young people, and to mount their own local development programs. All authority and all responsibility is monopolized by the central government in Kingston, or rather in St. Andrews. In spite of the fact that central government has often given the impression of being overwhelmed by the country's problems, it has chosen not to seek the assistance of the parish and community leadership. From the perspective of modern management practices, delegation is almost universally recognized as being good and desirable for effective management. From the perspective of democracy, government of the people, by the people, and for the people must ceaselessly strive to put government as close to the reach of the people as possible. We fought for self-government, but we have jealously guarded that self-government at the national level. We have taken the place of the colonialists with all their arguments about the inability of the locals to run their own affairs. And this attitude persists in spite of the fact that the number of university graduates in the smallest parish in Jamaica is now greater than the number of entire Jamaica at the time we got self-government in 1959. And in spite of the fact that probably half of the bureaucracy of our ministries have roots in the rural parishes and are only working in Kingston because there are not enough opportunity for them to utilize their talents in their native parish. There has been no self-government for the parishes, nor any sharing of self-government between the center and the periphery. There is to be not the slightest modicum of self-government for our communities. After 1972, when self-reliance came in style, it started encouraging the people at the community level to take more responsibility for their own affairs. From the early 1940s, the
community development organization, which now unmanly created to make a welfare limited, started to organize the people in community councils. These were the coordinating bodies through which the people learned about hygiene and nutrition and art and craft, about fixing up their homes and communities attractively, through which Miss Lou and Ivy Baxter taught them to respect themselves and their culture, through which they agitated in a non-partisan or bipartisan manner for improvements in their community. In the 1970s, we started to strengthen these community councils by making them more representative of the people, by encouraging them to make greater efforts to improve their communities through their own self-help, where government didn't have the resources, and to play a stronger advisory role in government agencies. We moved to give them legal recognition through a Community Councils Act. This law was drafted and taken to Parliament, but before we could pass the law, we called elections in 1980. Since we came back to power in 1989, we have done nothing to pass that Community Councils Act. Every time that there is a serious riot or an island-wide roadblock, whoever happens to be Prime Minister at the time promises to give legal status to community councils. Yeah. And once the riot dies down, we return to our preferred ways of shutting the people out of any real improvement, any real involvement in running the country, and keeping all the power in the ministries in Kingston. In face of the ballooning of the hydra-headed monster of violent crime, we keep lamenting and proclaiming the need for community policing, yet we fail to take any step to put in place the logical community institution which would be the anchor for such an anti-crime program, legally empowered community councils, for which legislation has been drafted now for over 40 years. I'm almost finished. But a short refresher course seems to be in order. Socialism is not about state ownership of property. Socialism is about social ownership. Socialism is about putting capital in the hands of those who created that capital, namely the workers. It follows, therefore, that any government which claims to be socialist must have as one of its priorities implementation of practical schemes to put the workers in charge of their own businesses. This has been our third serious error of omission thus far. A lot of effort was spent on macroeconomics. Very little effort was spent on microeconomics. We spent a lot of time studying and explaining to the people how the state operates or should operate. We spent relatively little time studying and explaining to the people how a firm operates. We spend even less time studying real existing models of how a firm could be reorganized to put more of the ownership and control in the hands of the workers. The remarkably successful worker-owned cooperative conglomerate at Mondragon in Spain, for example, remained a well-hidden secret from us throughout the almost 9 years of the progressive PNP government of the 1970s. During all the years of trial and failure, the sugar workers, cooperatives, and the community enterprise organizations, not one study tour was organized of Mondragon to see if we could get a few tips from some people who had trod the same road before, but with success. Nothing is wrong with learning from others. Some of the countries which are today held up as icons of development reached where they were, where they are, by imitating the PNP development model of the 1950s, both in economics and in community and social development. It is good to be creative, but it is often better to start by being imitated. Similarly to other kinds of cooperatives, the Cooperative Societies Act, which regulates the functioning of cooperatives in Jamaica, largely through the influence of Norman Manley, was enacted in 1950. That Cooperative Societies Act is now out of date. Right now, it is holding back the development of cooperatives as real powerhouse businesses. We have long passed the time when a cooperative was regarded as little different from a charitable organization. In many parts of the world, cooperatives are dynamic, multi-billion-dollar organizations. For this to happen, we need progressive cooperative legislation. Canada is one country that has a long history and widespread involvement in successful and vibrant cooperatives of all types. Yet even in the days when our Prime Minister had good personal relations with Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and Canada was lending us $100 million to help us win the 1976 elections, we didn't see the guidance of Canadians to help us overhaul our outdated cooperative legislation. Since then, Canada has updated its already advanced cooperative legislation through the enactment of the Canada Cooperatives Act 1998. We have twice updated our own Companies Act. I would recommend that we do a similar job with our Cooperative Societies Act. All we would have to do is ask Canadians to give us permission to reprint their excellent Canada Cooperatives Act 1998. We would print it almost word for word. We would just have to leave out Canada and insert Jamaica and a few other things like that. So, the mission remains unaccomplished. But the mission can still be rescued. It was the mission of my generation. It can also be the mission of our children and grandchildren's generation. It is a mission that can never get obsolete or irrelevant as long as it remains unaccomplished. Let us remind ourselves of the mission. It is to conceive. Conception can be understood in two senses or two levels. Firstly, conception is a mental thing. To conceive is to imagine. Obviously, in politics, to imagine is to plan. So we are back to planning. Secondly, conception is an act of love. It is an act of creation. It's an act of reproduction. The society that we conceive is a product of our love. Once we have sown the seed, all we need to do is to nurture it. To accomplish the mission, we now have to focus on doing those things which we did not do. The last three measures, I believe, are the most critical for the mission's accomplishment. State financing of our political candidates and parties, devolution of power to the people at the parish level and at the community level, and developing new forms of business ownership through which those who create the wealth can also own and manage the wealth. But this has to be preceded by the people sharing our vision in the plan that we put before them when we offer ourselves for election. Let us ask them once more to join us in this mission. And what is this mission? It is to conceive a society based on principles of equality and to remove the duality that splits us so profoundly and to multiply the points of identification between man and nation so that slowly, and I suppose it will take another 30 years at least, we can begin to think and feel and live as one people making one national group. Comrades, I sincerely commend to you once more this our noble mission.
Comrades, thank you, Comrade Leroy, for a brilliant assessment. Although you said the paper was written a long time ago, it is clear that it's equally relevant, or perhaps even more pressingly relevant today. We're sort of getting a little crunch with time, but I think we should allow persons to just make some comments.
Well, we can take one from Robert and roll. There's one.
Okay, so just because that presentation alone could really be an evening of full, 1 second comment, could be an evening of full conversation and discussion. Yes, and perhaps we need to do that at some time. Yes, go ahead, Comrade.
One question. Who will lead the mission now? Whoever leader who capable, I will need that leader who capable. Yeah, but it doesn't have frame of mind.
Okay. I mean, we're sort of, that's no what now, but it's an important question when you start talking about politics, etc., in terms of the leadership and the persons who are part of the people that form together the political grouping in the society. All right. Thanks again, Comrade. At this time, we're going to be taking greetings from a few persons that are present here. We're going to start out with greetings from the president of the PNPYO youth organization. And first of all, we'd like to say congratulations both to the new president and to the youth organization for putting in place once more a youth organization. So we're going to ask Senator Gabriel Morris to bring greetings to us today.
Microphone too high.
Comrades all, good afternoon. Let me extend my profound greetings to all the esteemed comrades who are present this afternoon. I want to especially acknowledge Comrade Burke, who I believe has been at the helm of this planning. And I believe that it is a great opportunity for us to reflect on what has been 50 years or more of advocacy from the youth organization, the PNPYO organization. Comrades, I caught a bit of the last discussion from our dear comrade, and I believe that he made some marvelous points that are really cause for reflection. And reflection is what I've spent the last few weeks doing as I prepared for my ascendance to the role of president of the YO. And I say reflection because I believe that as we move forward, after looking at 50 years of what I believe, while we've made some mistakes, has been a lot of progress, we have to come to a point of reflection. Not just as a YO person, not just as I hear the term they call coining now, OY, but as a party, as a people. And while we celebrate OY, that's the new term I hear. Yes. And I'm missing the OY class. Okay. But even as we celebrate 50 years, we also celebrate 60 years as a country. And for me, this celebration, it also calls for reflection. It calls for us to reassess our consciousness. It calls for us to reassess our principles. It calls for us to reassess our mission and see where we fit into it. See what is still relevant. See what we need to carry on with or do away with or press more for. And for me as a young comrade who believes in the movement and believes that the movement from 50 years ago, Comrade Jess, is still relevant for young people today. The principles that are pushed by Michael Manley, Comrade Manley, they're still relevant for the young people in 2022. And as the YO gets to a point where we are reassessing, we are planning, we have to now look at those principles and decide how we are going to communicate them to the young people of Jamaica who are living in a 21st century context. We have to now say to them that we see you, we want to work with you. And that's why, Comrade Burke, when you shared the flyer with me from the first youth meeting, something lit up in my head. And I tell you, comrades, last week the YO was pleased to have their first meeting after a long time. We had our first meeting in Spanish Town at GC Foster. And we spoke about the mission that we hope to put forward to Jamaican young people. We spoke about recommitting ourselves to the cause of being a movement that is fighting for the interest of young people. And as we seek to reform ourselves, as we seek to push that mission, we need your help. We need your guidance. And I'm not one of those young people in the party who say out with the old and in with the new. I believe that we all have a role to play in this grand mission of ensuring that the people of Jamaica have a strong People's National Party. And so I'm pleased that I had the opportunity to be here with you. I hope I can stay to hear some more of the discussions. But comrades, I put it to you that there's an important role for you to still play as we seek to look forward to another 50 years of the People's National Party and the People's National Party Youth Organization. We need your guidance. And while things might be different for the young people of today, many of the solutions that I heard just coming in are still relevant solutions to the problems that we face. And so as we move forward, I want to remind us in this space, and I'm glad that my comrade asked the question, how will the mission continue? It doesn't depend on any one person. It depends on comrades like me. It depends on comrades like you. It depends on us as comrades, facing up to our collective responsibility of ensuring that this party is better, not just for us, but for the thousands and thousands and thousands of Jamaicans out there who need the principles and the policies that the People's National Party has always stood for. And so I want to say in closing, let us continue the mission. Let us be renewed, let us be revitalized, and let us continue to reflect, and not just reflect, but act in the best interest of the people of this country. I want to say, Comrade Burke, that the work that you and many of the comrades in this room have been doing to secure a strong foundation for this party does not go unnoticed. It does not go unnoticed, at least not for me. At least not for me. Because I've had the privilege of hearing you speak on quite a few occasions, and I believe that there's so much more to be taught to the young people. And so as we embark on it, I want to say it here in the presence of everybody. I personally will be calling on you to be a part of our political education program, which we see as very important in rolling out across this country. Because if young people don't know, they can't do. And so we have to ensure that they know. We have to ensure that they can understand the mission that we stand for. And it's more than just shouting out socialism. It's more than just saying equality or equity, but we have to be able to explain those principles to them in terms that they can understand and relate to. And so that's one of the first things that I want to comrade. I hope you will take me up on the invitation, and other comrades, I invite you to join us on this venture, because we see that there's so much more to be done, but we, all of us, we have to join together to do it. And so I want to wish you a happy 50th. I'm happy that I was here to celebrate with you, and I look forward to continued partnership as we move the YO from strength to strength.
Here. Hunger, twist, man, try. And the man back. Thanks very much, Senator Gabriel Morris. Just to reassure you that we agree with you when you say, for those who say, oh, you're not part of that group that says, oh, with the oath. Because as you will see, just looking around at us here, we do not consider ourselves old, and we are here to continue to fight, and we are therefore very, very happy that the current PNPYO have their mission well delineated, and that we are here to support in whatever way we can, but we will not stop fighting. So you guys have a lot of catching up to do if you can keep up with us. But thank you very, very much. Just listen to the list of people that are going to be bringing greetings. And you'll see that, in a way, we're in a sort of unique historical moment, you know. Just watch the persons I'm going to call on. Because I think what is coming out today is I think everybody sort of knows it in their heart and heart, that we have to get back together and we have to move to reclaiming this country, right? We know it. So next I call on Arthur Newland, stubborn to us, former General Secretary of the Young Communist League of the Workers' Party of Jamaica. And we ask him to bring greetings.
Good time, Sister Marie. It's really a great pleasure to see you. One, you know, when time they went family come today, I get some sumptuous food to eat, and I'm going back to have the days before Rasta with sumptuous meal at Christmas. They do that kind of things. This meeting, without going to the island, it has to be like a social smoke, you know, for the Irish. So if we were to buy more time in education, there is so much things to say. So much things to say. And I'm going to try to be guided by Maria because you don't know how to touch now. By the chance of that word from Marcus. So much things to say, you know, it's like about Marcus. I mean, never forget how great it is by Jesus Christ. Because that was a crucifixion that took place. I didn't know about it. It happened 3 days before I left Jamaica. It was about 1 year so in the Pennsylvania. Long after I find about some mighty, what the members, a member of the Theatre for National Liberation, one of the areas of activity that I renewed my spirit with during the 70s. Performance after performance, should workers in the country to community groups in working class areas. I listened in the side stage to Mike performing 2 poems that I always remember. I can't believe it. That's the one you read. And what is the other one? I can't believe it. It will come back. In the Soviet Union, where I was a student, one of the first things we looked at as part of the courses in international relations. I was exposed to knowledge about a document that was referred to as the Santa Fe document. Came out of a think tank that operated out of the University of Santa Fe, California. And they were charged with preparing a document, a platform, a manifesto to guide the afterward Ronald Reagan. Now, Ronald Reagan was to become president. Ronald Reagan was the president that invited, he was voted in elections that was a few days after the landslide election that Seattle. Reagan came to power not until February, but he won the elections a few days later, November 4th. The main #1 item on that presidential what-to-do list that was provided Ronald Reagan by the think tank was, and I quote, mentors. Trying to remember the exact word, but Prime Minister to promote splits and division within the leadership, communist and workers' parties in the Caribbean and Latin America. #1 strategic interest given to the president and the strategic agencies of the United States. It was the worst. Why so? Because after hearing about something that was promulgated to someone's work, real life, real time, and it's not easy. We're hearing about how Commandant Zero. And we never get to the next year. Commandant Zero comes out of the Nicaragua. Even Pasteur. He came, he was a guest of the youth movement by 1918 September. He was a guest. Soon after that, by the time the Santa Fe document comes, he turns counter and he's working for this guy against both the person. That's why election is so Mercedes. Then in El Salvador, a beautiful commander, female, Comandante Maria, considered the best thing in the anti-imperialist struggle at that moment. Her party is headed by, she votes to take on the leadership of that party. And believe you me, we're not in the Soviet Union to complete 1 month yet. When ourselves and the students from the data started receiving news about the split within the leadership of the new building, eventually the post-works of Governor Maurice Bishop, eventually the execution of Governor Maurice Bishop. This meeting is like a banquet scenario. Paul and the others who have invested your life into what is a critical part of the makers' freedom making, anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, yes, anti-exploitation, anti-capitalist. You have allowed people like me to come in and sit and to learn from. The little that I know in my heart as one who was once and now with thanks to praise Rastafari the Almighty, is that Leroy is not only the errors of commission or omission that we may make and find out that the more and more exhaustive analysis of what we have done and what we have yet to do. We still have to avoid, if you will, I don't like to use the word, but one of the things that the little brigade of population of 8 less than 100,000, not as big as well, is that, and I say this humbly, because I respect and continue to respect the sacrifices they made, all of us at the time when the world war of post-East Asia. But perhaps they could have looked a little wider beyond the realities in the international situation that impinge directly on what it is happening and the forces that work on it. Looking at it that way, it then becomes more important to value and treasure. I've been to that young illustrator where it is possible links that we can make on it. Vanguardism is one thing, but in Grenada that became tricky after a while. It is really more important, I think Leroy touches on this point, to establish the principles on which the broadest force, and if the broadest force in that middle, you can't stop at her. No.
Thanks very much, Snowball, and I think we are getting a little emotional here, which is good. We need to have passion and we need to feel essence. It will come, fire and go bomb, blood and go run. Don't care how you take it, some have to regret it. You could have bet till you're blue and I reveal it to you. That kotai can cut this reality in two. It will come, fire and go bomb, blood and go run. They're going to take you. They're going to take you. Some are retaching. You better watch. At this time, we're going to hear from Wayne Lopez, former chairman, Union of Democratic Students. This is going to be online, right? He's going to be online?
Yeah. He's ready. He's ready. He's going back on the other. Then you kill us again, we can't believe it.
God twist man try. Just say, eh, man fight. Man nerves raw, man take a draw. Cool. Man juke up attacking the scene. Garbage, dead dogs fly. Sure, this no right. Man ready to explode, man can't bear the load. Pressure try. Daughter side, Lord, hear the picnic them a cry. Man a pass, say daughter fat. Daughter smile, but daughter can't check for that. Daughter say all man wants is to get him hand under her skirt. Bam, she said she'll breathe and vanish like when you're born weed. Daughter really for what? But it's all like say daughter now have no luck and them not have no work. Daughter ball, Lord. where me I go to? In the slums, man, I can live amongst rat road, fly king chop, the place stink. Man, no want to burn gun in a man guts. Man, no want to popular. Man, no want to just juke up and chat. But when hunger twist strand and pick me bar, time dread, earth turn red, knife flash, gun blaze, man run hot when pressure drops. So that's the one.
Marie, you remember 1977 at Jamaica School of Agriculture?
Yeah.
Come back there, you ready?
No, I don't think. We're going to have
Well, we can't take the land.
Yeah, we can take the land.
Yeah, let's take the land and let's get
the land. We're taking you next.
So comrades, as we wait for Comrade Wayne Lopez, we're going to ask Delena Franklin. And I just want to say to you, well, apart from all the presidents, I was trying to find a book the other day. And Paul Berg said to me, why don't you call Delena? If anybody has it.
What do you call it?
Delano. If anybody has it, it would be Delano. So I called Delano and he says, yes. I said, can I come for this? This was, which one was it? Oh, the collection of speeches of Mike. I don't know if you all have seen this. It's a thick book with a collection of Michael Mann speeches. It's something that we must have. So I called him and he says, yes, I have it. And I says, can I come right now and get it? And he said, yes. And you know what was so beautiful? When I got there, he had a nice package of about 5 or 6 books that he gave.
What? And I've been to the Lionel's office so many times.
I was so touched. So, welcome, Delano. We must meet
He's in trouble now.
Martin sending me out to give away additional books. Comrades and friends. On a Saturday, usually, I'm in office, earning some money. Earning some money. Not Cayman But because of the importance of this particular seminar, put money aside and decided to be here. I'm very happy that I was there. My deepest appreciation for it. I want to use my greetings to just have to what you paid for. Right? What you paid for. To come inside here. A lot of money. A lot of money to come inside. Right. I listen to my former and friend here, and those greetings, very short. Excellent presentation. Mm-hmm. Many times we are required to just sit and reflect, to try and digest where we are coming from. In order for us to be able to determine whether or not, 1, we must continue in this movement. And 2, if we continue, what is it new that we should bring to the table? Because if in 2022 we do things the way we did it 50 years ago or 60 years ago, we'll be going backwards while the Jamaica Labour Party will remain in office. But there are 3 things, Leroy, that I wish to say. Excellent presentation. I think one of the difficulties that the movement had during the 1970s into the 80s and led to us losing the 1980 election is that we spent a lot of money on social programs which far outstripped the national budget. In other words, while it was very good and important for us to implement the social programs which we did, which many of us benefited from, I do not believe that we spent sufficient time to try to work through the economic model which was required to generate the growth to even implement more social programs. The second one, Leroy, which I would add to what you have said. We won the 1972 elections, we won the 1976 elections. But for the first time ever, in the history of women. We had combined forces, national and international forces, in an election that we were up against in 1980. It manifested itself by way of the International Monetary Fund. It manifested itself by way of the increased violence, which we had to face on the ground, and we lost a lot of comrades during that period of time. And the third one, which you raised, but to build out a little bit more. Nothing was wrong, in my view, with the Declaration of Democratic Socialism in 1974. What was wrong is that we did not have the structure which was required, the rootedness that was really required during that period of time to sustain democratic socialism. And combined with two things. One, the election of Seattle to be the Jamaica Labour Party in 1974. And two, the internal challenges and problems we had in political parties at the time that created difficulties. Now, having looked back, look forward, very quickly. I think there are three things that we need to focus on. I'm very happy that the leader of PNPYO, here my friend, was here. There are three things. Firstly, raising a particular way earlier on, leadership. Leadership of the party, leadership of organizations generally, at every level. Leadership in the media, leadership in the church, leadership literally in the youth organization, right across the board. I am not commenting negatively on the current leadership of the People's National Party. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying that all of us must, as a party, focus on the issue of leadership and how that is going to take us forward. The fact that only 33% of our people came out in the last election of the vote. 37%, that's right. 37% came out and voted. 63% still vote. That's serious indictment and leadership generally. And the second one that I think we have to focus on, what is our philosophy? We became part of the movement because, in my humble opinion, between 1972, certainly up to 1976, and before 1977, we were part of a national movement. A national movement no different from when the party was formed, right up to 1944. A national movement, which means that we're implementing policies to capture and to embrace a wide spectrum in the country. And it's from that particular perspective that I'm talking about what is the philosophy that we are going to be getting. And finally, I suspect, having been clear at the term about the philosophy, the programs that will take us forward. Part of the difficulties we're having now is that when you look at the Jamaica Labour Party and look at the People's National Party, the economic program is almost one and the same. The Jamaican people also cannot tell the difference between the two economic programs being pursued. So it becomes difficult for them to determine which choice. And linked to that is always it that we're going to deal with the younger generation in a dispensation where it is fast food programming, fast food delivery that you're dealing with. We want it now. To sign off on that, a young lawyer, 4 years at the bar, came to have a conversation with the last week, seeking employment. And when we sat down to talk about experience, I said, no, Sir Franklin, let me tell you something. This thing about experience, you must have foolishness. Experience of foolishness. Oh, you get your experience, huh? Hold on a minute, you get your experience. There's nothing time bound about experience. You come and I work. If I don't do the work, they fire me. If I do the work, I'm picking it. And that is the context in which we are operating now. Right. Lots of our young people, not into this histrionics, is what is it that you can do for them. Comrades, thank you very much for it.
Thank you very, very much, Comrade Zidane. Is
Yeah, he's here.
is Ray?
Yeah, going to. Probably, yeah.
Yes, sir. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
He's here.
Yeah.
Tell me when you're ready.
Reminder, we're getting greetings from the former chairman of the Union of Democratic Students.
We have to go.
Comrade Wayne Lopez.
Good evening, comrades and friends. Well, first of all, thank you, Paul, for inviting me and for the team that is putting this event on, for doing the great work. Now, I love history. History was my first love, but I am preoccupied with the present and I'm looking at the future. The Union of Democratic Students was formed because they were a group of Marxists who needed a place. They had a party, but they needed to be active among students, helping students with their needs, the needs of students. And therefore, that was why the Union of Democratic Students was formed. There were a lot of issues going on at the University of the West Indies. Many of you have passed through that wonderful institution. And while we were there, we discovered that there were issues of burning need among the students, and we identified them. I will posit two of the things that we did. One, we were the first group to start and launch the resale program of books, because as everybody is aware, the doctors, medical books, chemistry books, mathematics, politics, all the books were very expensive and people couldn't afford them. They couldn't afford to buy the new one. Sangster's bookstore was there at the time and we decided to go there. But the second part of the organization was also looking at contemporary issues. During the time that UDS was there and I was the leader of it, the University and Allied Workers Union had a major strike. So did WIGOT. And those strikes, that is the professors, teachers, lecturers, and the workers, the ancillary workers, we supported them. We helped to train up young people how to block road and make sure nobody can pass, nobody not entering the campus. And when the negotiations started with the UAW, in that case, and with WIGOT on another occasion, the students were invited to come and sit down and discuss what were their demands. The first thing we said is that books are too expensive. So you have to try reduce that or get it going. Sangster's bookstore decided that they were going to run a used book program so that people who were getting into university who did not have at that time the hundreds of dollars to buy a book could get a book to buy so that they could do their courses. The second thing is that the Union of Democratic Students was a left-leaning organization. However, I want to say that what we did, I want to put a caveat on it. Had we more taken seriously that we should have acted as one with the broad national liberation movement and not see to identify ourselves as any vanguard. We certainly weren't, but that we were part of a bigger movement, the leader of which was none other than the Right Honorable Joshua Michael Manley. He was the leader of it. He was the leader of the national movement. I think we were a little confused, getting a little digression into Karl Marx and Lenin and some other good fellows. They were good fellows, but they were just good fellows.
The fact of the matter is that the land lease program, the Jamal program, the program that led to the absolute opening up of the high school system that allowed for greater scholarships, and such other programs of which the PNP started many. We should have rallied around them more than we did. Instead, we were sort of preoccupied, I think, at the time with ideological purity. But as you get older, you realize that the purity was more a figment of your imagination than anything else. And as we search for that working class, that working class that was hard to find, we did what we did. But nevertheless, we are part of a broad group of people. I look back with fond memories, and I am glad that today we're having this conversation about our history. Now, once the history has been recorded, I am preoccupied with generational wealth and growth. That's what I want to know. And I am suggesting that if we are looking forward for the next generation, we must have answers for them to the pressing issues of the day. I don't think I would be remiss if I never mentioned the spate of violence in Jamaica that is exhausting and is taking a toll on the spirit of Jamaica. We have to have a voice on that. I would also want to posit that the role, the method, and our outcome is what we must be judged by in the future. What role we see for ourselves, what methods we are going to use, and we must look at outcome. If we are not driven by what we want to deliver and guarantee delivery and work feverishly with the community, I think we are going to be on an ideological sojourn that I don't think we wouldn't have learned from the 1970s. I want to end by saying that the Jose Marti School, the many medical doctors and clinicians that are from our sister country above us, and the position that they have played in the role of Garvey Maceo and the exchange program. Nobody has met, well, I haven't heard the name Brigadista come up, but I'm not afraid of the name. But I'm not a Brigadista. I was never. I went to Cuba, and I know we tried during that wonderful conference on the revolution. I found friends that I've had, I would say, for a lifetime. And I want to mention one of them, Comrade Larry Robertson. Larry is my brethren, my friend. I understand that Spanner is no longer with us, and a whole section of young men who never got to reach old age are no longer with us. May their blessed memories go on. Michael Manley was a treasure. Michael Manley was a treasure. And I am glad to say that on a few occasions, I was invited to Jamaica House to sit down at that very large conference room to discuss things as far back as, I think it was what, Carrie Festa, when we were having it. Then when Jamaica could find then 10 songs to promote for festival. I understand we're having problems finding songs now, I don't know why. But anyway, may Bob Marley rest in peace. I'm going to end by saying that it was a glorious time. It was a wonderful time. Now let us recapture the best of it to move on. I have been promoting for the last year and a half 2 things, and I want to mention it at this conference. 2 items. First and foremostly, the exoneration of Marcus Mosiah Garvey by the Biden-Harris administration. I'm going to call them names. Yes, we need the Biden-Harris administration to exonerate Marcus Mosiah Garvey, our first national hero. We want it done. Because Marcus Garvey was run out of town by a man who used to dress up in dress, J. Edgar Hoover, and thrown out for a completely made up, fake, fraudulent charge. We need that done. I have been in contact with Dr. Julius Garvey, and I'm asking for whatever help can come from the forces gathered there to deal with this issue. Marcus Garvey's name must be cleared, and we want it cleared now. It is also great, with great pleasure, I am sure you all know that the current ambassador to the United States is a KC old boy. Could you lean on Mr. Perry, lean hard on him? That's the first matter, the exoneration of Marcus Garvey. I want something practical to come out of this. Secondly, is the issue of Bob Marley. Now, I know this causes a certain amount of disquiet when I raise it, but I've been chanting for the last year and a half. I mean, I chant down Babylon same way. Bob Marley needs to be put in a special place. And if all of us are true to the history, I know of no other person other than Marcus Garvey. I don't know of any other person other than Marcus Mosiah Garvey to have brought more foreign exchange into Jamaica, because Bob Marley, people come to Jamaica for Bob Marley. Tourists come to Jamaica for Bob Marley. Secondly, other than Marcus Garvey, nobody took the name of Jamaica and put it into every single continent of the world more than Robert Nesta Marley. And I am saying, for that, we owe him not only a debt of gratitude, but I believe that it is worthy for consideration. And before any of the other members of parliament or otherwise say that is them, is over a year and a half I've been talking about this Robert Nesta Marley, national hero. I will close by saying I was particularly enthused when a beautiful young lady by the name of Rihanna in Barbados was raised right up to national level. I like that. Yes, Rihanna. She's a national hero of Barbados. And when I saw that, I said, no, my 1.5 years of labor shall be revisited again. Robert Nesta Marley has done too much for Jamaica for us not to give him national recognition. And with that, I want to say thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I hope that we will remember fervet opus in campus. There's work burning in the field. Let's get it done.
Dave, can you move a little bit more to the right? To the right, Dave. Yeah, to the right. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, not to the left. To the right.
All right, Comrade Dennis, the floor is yours now, please. To bring greetings to this 50th anniversary forum?
Not here.
Not here. Are you hearing us?
Remember, he's on mute.
No, we're not hearing you.
Hold on. No, he's not muted. No. No, hold on.
No, I'm saying no. He's turned on.
Dennis, try talking.
Still not, okay, you still can't hear us. And you're definitely unmuted, right? We're not hearing you.
Dennis, will you join with computer audio? Will you join with audio? It's not from me. Hold on, hold on. No, it's not that. No. It has nothing to do with that. I don't think.
Nothing to do with generation.
It's a new thing. I don't think Dennis joined computer audio.
Dennis, did you come on with, can you just type in what you're saying to us? Type in the chat.
Let me know. He's not.
He's muted.
From his end.
Okay.
There's no security.
You're hearing him now. You're hearing him.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Good. You have unmuted me. Thank you.
So you lost 3 minutes of your time, Dennis.
No problem, man. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to share a few thoughts with you. I'll begin at what I had as the end of my presentation, following up from several of the speakers before. And it has to do with leadership. And not just leadership, but leadership with a vision. And a vision which is shared with other people and which is clear to everyone involved. And therefore the activities that are carried out are in accordance with that vision. I recall a meeting with Sheldon McDonough. I don't remember exactly where, maybe Paul as a historian recorder can remember. But Sheldon said that our greatest mistake during the 70s was that we did not focus on economic activities and programs, both for young people as well as in the country. And that's where I think if we can first understand that, then when I ask the next question is, what are the young people of Jamaica thinking and doing? What are they doing? What are they involved in? What are their dreams? What are their aspirations for the country in which they live in? I joined the movement when I was 16 years. I had a vision. We're dealing with poverty and justice. And I sought answers to that. I was fortunate to grow up in the youth club system, which grew out of what I think Leroy pointed out in his thing about community councils and the village councils that came out of slavery. That is, our people have a history of organization.
And those early years with the Burkes of Burke fame, in the Social Welfare Limited, and coming out of that was a youth club structure which existed all over Jamaica. At one time, I mean, if my memory serves me correct, we had over 3,000 to 4,000 youth clubs all over Jamaica. That is where the movement of youth started. It was non-partisan. It was about community development. Some civics, learning about democracy, but above all, organization. So in 1966, 67, thereabout, when I became involved in the Jamaica Youth Council with Paul Miller, the late Senator Paul Miller, an icon of the youth movement and who happened to be, in a sense, both my mentor and guide, especially in those early years as a youngster, 16 years, going to Kingston College, involved in youth club, and having a vision of trying to create a national organization of young people. He had that particular vision, and we set out basically to create such an organization that is broaden the Jamaica Youth Council, which involves uniform groups, Boy Scouts, Girls Brigade, the 4-H movement, Catholic youth organizations. My involvement was also, as Paul and others has pointed out, was sitting on the steering committee for the formation of a youth wing of the People's National Party. I should point out and remind people of some who may not know. There were two forces functioning in that endeavor. One, which felt that the young people should be independent but organized. And the other, which felt that the young people should be a part of the People's National Party. Let's remember, ladies and gentlemen, that the history of Jamaica from 1930, it is depleted with the victory of British imperialism in divide and conquer. So the unity which existed amongst youth, well, when I say unity, I'm talking about philosophical. That is, young people work together irrespective of their parents' political views. So the introduction of the PNP Youth Organization by 72, and I think Paul has pointed out, we're about myself, Louis Castrota himself, and I'm not sure who else. I think maybe Sheldon or Roy. We're basically sidelined because our views did not prevail at the majority, and that is how life is. The majority rules. And what is. Move on. However, I, along with Paul Miller, set out to create a national youth movement prior to the formation of the PNP Youth. And we pursued that right through until 1975, when we transformed the Jamaica Youth Council into what was called the Jamaica Union of Democratic Youth. In the process of doing that, we organized the Jamaica Union of Students, which organized both tertiary and secondary school students together. One of the first major manifestations was when the man, the government cleared free education. We had a huge demonstration in Kingston in support of that. Prior to that, the Jamaica Youth Council was involved in the Youth Vote campaign. Massive campaign around the whole highland between 1970-71 up to 1972, which created, no doubt, the foundation and the basis for the election of the PNP government in 1972 February. So young people during that time was active both in the community and active in the political arena in various different ways. And other people will talk about, no doubt, the different trends which emerged and what actually took place. In 1974, I had the good fortune of going to a conference in Bulgaria. This conference was organized by the World Federation of Democratic Youth. At that time, there were two international youth organizations, the World Assembly of Youth and the World Federation of Democratic Youth. The Jamaica Youth Council belonged to both groups, so we attended both meetings from time to time. Having attended that meeting, there was at that time the 10th Youth Festival of Youth and Students was being held in Berlin, East Germany at the time. I didn't attend it, but I was able to learn a lot about it. And at that conference, I'd met the Cuban delegation, and we had a lot of discussions, especially because there was a snowstorm in Bulgaria, and we had to take the train through almost the entire length of Europe. And it gave us the opportunity to discuss and talk a lot about the Caribbean, what was happening, how can we work together and so forth and so on. And they had decided to have the youth festival. So point I'm making here is that work with the youth festival from 1974 until 1978, in my view, culminated the greatest level of unity and working together in all spheres. Cultural, you talk about Blacker, you talk about Michael Smith, all of these youngsters at the time, that is, came out of that whole thing, and along, of course, with the advent of the cultural center. Don't remember the name right now. Edna Manley Culture for the Arts. So I will end by stressing the points which was made before. We need a vision. They need leadership that can be able to organize and help people to get what they want. We need to also understand that government cannot do for people. The cooperative movement, and I'm sure Michael could talk for a good while about that movement, which was not given much attention. And I think Leroy mentioned that also. So this is something for the future, or the present. The cooperative movement and how for people to come together, use the partner system, whatever it is, but it has to be around economic activities. And so again, I thank Paul, Maureen, and my other comrades, in various different organizations over the period of years. Thanks for inviting me and offering me this opportunity to share a few thoughts. And I wish the movement well in the coming period.
Thank you very much. Comrades, we have come to the end of this session, and just again to thank all the persons who brought greetings, very, very inspiring and very well thought through. And of course, again, to thank Comrade Leroy Cook for his excellent presentation. And I will close just with one stanza from the great poet from Guyana, Martin Carter. No. No.
I will not.
I will not still my voice. I have too much to claim. If you see me looking at books, or coming to your home, or walking in the sun, know that I look for facts. I have learned from books, dear friend, of men dreaming and living, and hungering in a room without a light, who could not die, since death was far too poor, who did not sleep to dream, but dreamed to change the world. And so, if you see me looking at your hands, listening when you speak, marching in your ranks, you must know I do not sleep to dream, but dream to change the world. And that's us today.
You know, comments, the first time to notice of what Maureen did, and I've taken notice over many times since then. Oh, right. And we have had our good battles over the many years. Was at Ward Theatre, there's been yeah, you and I were there, but you were more focused with somebody else. The name starts with X. She drove a Jaguar. So you don't draw at all. I saw her, Jenny, and Maureen talk about speaking language. And I've always tried to fit. I mean, I was so moved by how they presented in Relax. John, you were not in 1977, Cuba. No. Oh, you and I were in Jamaica. Yeah. Some of us had to spare the ground here. Right? Comments, when we over, we will have a long day. I'm going to ask your permission. We're going to table online the draft of the 60th Independence Anniversary Declaration. Nothing comes out of some of the things we have discussed in the Progressive Manifesto. Not the whole document, a much shorter workshop. Right? So today, I've not seen Alfred Lord. Darren Ascott was the chair, but he had to go to a funeral. So he then after lunch to leave up. Right? Which they tried to eat and then he told them, right? I have not seen Alfred Lord. Right? So this one is everything before we go. That one, we have this session. I know people have a lot to say about this one that virtual. We don't really like virtual. You lose the body language and all of that. But had it not been for the virtual platform, we would not have been linking with our partners in Belgium, in UK, all over the United States, and even in parts of Jamaica. So it has offered us that, and I will tell you something else, right? Even the graduate association members all over Jamaica, we are able to have better participation. For years, man, from Western to that 4 hours in a formula. And then 4 hours, that one, right? So it opens a platform for this kind of activity. But sometimes, yeah, and that is true too.
Yeah.
They can always watch the news like the day.
Okay.
But I have pleasure in asking one comrade to address. I've known the name for a long time, but not only in the last month or two, so we can have started to interact, right? So we might have known she had an interest in offering herself as vice president. The experience thing was asked. What's your experience? What's your experience? What's your experience? Just wanted to debunk a rumor. I was never a campaign manager. I was just an ardent supporter and perhaps the first one who started the vote. I think the night of vote is working. What is that? The battery rate. So that's it. First time. Hold on. Somebody was saying, I want to get them to change the battery.
Yeah.
No, just about the way. Yeah. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. All right. What is it more? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Come to that. Let us welcome comrade to the address. Give us our perspective of the way forward.
Good afternoon, comrades.
Margaret and Slugger, we're back on the program.
So I must confess that when I was asked by Comrade Burke to share with you my perspective as to the way forward for the People's National Party, I was privately hesitant, Comrade Burke, because I wondered with what degree of candor should I really speak. But having sat here today and having observed, having listened to you all, I realized that we share certain perspectives. And so I will speak in the way that I have always attempted to speak, and that is openly and honestly. Because as a movement, it requires honesty in order to move forward. And as I've always said, in order to have a progressive movement that is going to do well in the 21st century Jamaica, then you must have persons like yourselves who are prepared to say to the Emperor, you are naked. And so this afternoon, we have to ask ourselves very difficult questions as members and supporters of the People's National Party. When we contemplate and we reflect on the way forward, it is important that we start out by understanding and appreciating that for the People's National Party to regain primacy of position, then we must have leaders who are prepared to take bold decisions. We must have leaders and persons who sit within the sphere of authority, who come to the electorate with a credible voice. Because it makes no sense having persons or choosing or selecting persons who no one else wishes to hear from them. Sometimes it's not so much what is said, it is oftentimes, as we know here in Jamaica, about who the messenger is, and if the messenger isn't one whose message persons are prepared to hear, then regrettably, I don't know that we will connect in an authentic and sincere manner with the electorate. And so that is the starting place. As it relates to other solutions as to the way forward, I am of the firm view that the structure within the party has to be transformed. I believe Hummingbird, in light of my own proximity and indeed considering the currency of the issue, I will not address certain things today, but I will say this, that under our current structure, someone, for example, like Adikon Mitchell would not be Prime Minister under our current structure. In Grenada, Adikon Mitchell was able to rise to the position of Prime Minister, having come into politics only 8 months prior, having served as leader of opposition only 8 months prior. Under our current structure, that would not have been possible. Prior to that, in Montserrat, you would not have had someone like Donaldson Romeo, that's the name of her, who in 2009 won his seat as an independent candidate. By 2011 rose to be the leader of the opposition. You would not have had that happening with the current structure that obtains under the People's National Party. And I raise it simply to say, because I'm quite aware of the fact that we have been taking note of our brothers and sisters across the region, those who support the socialist agenda or the democratic socialist agenda. We have been saying that their rise is clear indication that we will rise. I say to say that the rise will not be by default. Our brothers and sisters have certain structures in place which are progressive, or at least they are regarded as being progressive structures. And until we take the necessary amendments here, then regrettably I don't know that we will necessarily automatically see the same results that they have seen. How do we move forward again, I asked. Clearly, a number of persons prior to me would have spoken to the fact that we need to decentralize the politics. It can't be that in 21st century Jamaica, 89 Old Oak Road is the center of the politics here in Jamaica. But I go further. I think that it is important that we regionalize the office of the Secretariat. This is so in an environment where organization is key to electoral victory. It cannot be that those who sit in the western belt of the island are awaiting directives from those of us at the center here in Kingston. And so I firmly believe that the party has to consider how it regionalizes the Secretariat. And it's not a very difficult fix, in my view, comrades. It's something that can very easily be done. It's something that can be fixed without great constitutional amendment, Comrade Berg. As we contemplate the way forward again, like we're looking at solutions, I recall my first real love with the People's National Party. It didn't really begin with Michael Manley. It actually began with Portia Simpson Miller. And I recall when I was at university at UA, when Portia first took over from Comrade PJ, and there was just absolute euphoria, there was excitement on campus. We were all prepared, and I remember one of my colleagues saying to me at the time, we all sat together on call, and he said, and he's from a single parent household, first of his family to go to university, and he said, if Portia come here today, I tell him to quit school, then pack up the things and run back to Portia. That was the level of excitement, and that was a sentiment that was shared by all of us on campus. I pause with regret because I recall that one of the persons who would have been a party to that conversation started out as a very strong supporter, strong PNP. I pause with regret because I now note that he is now a strong Labourite and writes very frequently in one of our major newspapers. What is the way forward? We must find a way to reconnect with people. We're called the People's National Party for a reason, and that is because the people must remain at the forefront of our movement. We must ensure that we implement policies which are people-centric, people-oriented. I know that we speak a lot, however, about the progressive manifesto, but we have to start talking about the people agenda. What are some of the policies that are people-focused? There are many of them. I think at the very outset, the first one that comes to mind is the crisis of housing, the fact that almost 40% or more than 40% of our lands here in Jamaica are untitled, unregistered land. There's a need for radical housing transformation. We have asked the question, rallying back on the final speech that one of our founding presidents gave, Comrade Norman Manley, when he asked about the mission of his generation. And whereas he could have publicly proclaimed that the mission of his generation has been accomplished because he has given the Jamaican people self-government, he has placed power in the hands of the masses. We are still asking ourselves today, what is the mission of our generation? For me, and I believe for persons within my age group, we're of the view that the mission of the People's National Party must remain the very same as it was in 1938. The vintage is not a deterrent, it is not prohibitive. How we go about accomplishing the mission is what has to change. But the mission itself remains relevant today as it was back in 1938. And that mission has to be to uplift the people, the masses of this country, from which many of us spring. And we do so by implementing policies which reflect that commitment towards the people of this country. We do it by implementing housing solutions that will ensure that the ordinary Jamaicans, just as Michael Manley intended, can have access to decent, comfortable, and affordable housing. And that housing is not seen, or rather our focus on housing is not seen as just being charitable or providing welfare, but rather that we approach the crisis of housing in a way in which it was intended, particularly through the Housing Trust, as a social enterprise or a social approach to housing. That is how we implement people-centric policies. When we talk about policies that will appeal and attract the people of this country, then we talk about persons within my own age group. We recognize that as a party, we have failed those who are particularly in the age group of 35 and under. And we see it reflected at the polls. However, I believe it is that the governing party is actually leading us by double digits, where the 35 and under are concerned. They are voting predominantly in favor of the governing party and not so much for our beloved party. And so we have to ask the question, where did we go wrong and how can we fix it? What is the solution as to the way forward? The way forward includes persons within that age group. It includes persons who are school leavers, who will recognize that the party is committed to implementing policies that will speak to their welfare and their well-being. How can we do that? We can go about implementing a national job database. In Canada, we have seen where they have implemented a national job bank. And I ask myself the question, why do we not have that here in Jamaica? By having a job bank, a national job bank, which will serve as a primary means of providing information as it relates to employment and providing opportunities, you level the playing field. Everyone can have equal access. Everyone can know at the same time when opportunities arise. Why is it that the People's Party is a champion in the cause for a national employment database to be implemented in Jamaica? That is what the 21st century People's National Party has to champion amongst the myriad of issues that needs to be championed. How else, in terms of solutions, can we implement to ensure that we regain our rightful position as a people's choice as it relates to being the party of Jamaica? We can go about we can look at other interest groups. I come from a single parent household, and so I feel that it is important that we recognize that category of Jamaicans, because a vast number of Jamaicans are from single parent households, including single mother households. How do we revolutionize the housing situation so as to ensure that we allocate housing for single parents to properly afford housing without having to combine points with persons who they don't necessarily know or might not even have access to? The People's National Party has to place emphasis on those things. The solution is not going to be a silver bullet. It is not going to be one that we arrive at by just having conversations. But having discussions like these is indeed a welcome start. And at least it is a good signal from my work, and I'm heartened that we're having these discussions today. I have been listening to the proposals. I think that more needs to be done as it relates to campaign financing, because a people's party has to be careful in terms of who we put forward as candidates. It cannot be that we simply select persons based on the strength of their pockets. And so campaign financing would address that consideration. As a people's party going forward, then if we are prepared to be bold and revolutionary, and Comrade Burke taught me a term, and it's a term that I've come to really like, Comrade Burke. It's a term Comrade Burke refers to as responsible radicalism. I think that there is time and a place for responsible radicalism in the People's National Party, and that time and place is now. There is a fierce urgency of now which dictates that we can't simply make incremental steps alone. It is time for bold and completely revolutionary steps to be taken. And perhaps that means how we go about selecting our leaders, how we go about selecting our second-tier leadership. It wasn't until my own recent experience that I recognized that there is still a thinking in 21st century PNP that perhaps share the view that there can only be one female at a time as a vice president. I think there is time for us to debunk those particular vintage perceptions and recognize that in this day and age, people are less concerned with the sex of the person and more concerned with what they bring to the table, their merit, what it is that they are, capable of accomplishing within that particular portfolio that they need to serve it. The current 21st century PNP to appeal to the masses. And I will close by simply saying this. I agree that a political party cannot be all things to all people. And so it is important that the People's National Party recognize exactly who it is and who it is that they were built to support and to actually protect. And our mission, our goal has always been to protect those who are most vulnerable, those who need the People's National Party to survive. And once we recall what that particular fact is, meaning that once it is that we recommit ourselves to serving the interests of the people who need the party the most, then the People's National Party will again rise and assume the place that it rightfully deserves. So I close almost in the way in which I started by asking you, what is the mission of the 21st century People's National Party? We're a party that has always sat center of left. And whilst it is important that we continue to look center of left, it is also important that we look forward. And in looking forward, we're going to have to implement bold and progressive ideas. We're going to have to elect bold and transformational leaders who are not simply looking to be leaders simply because of status or because of any other personal reasons, but rather leaders who are more interested in furthering the cause, furthering the objective of the people of this country. Once we do so, then we will be well on our way to becoming the party that we've always loved and respected. Thank you.
And very quick, Ori.
Comrades, after listening to Michael Randy speak up in New York, in our case, that are Christian related, we see a decline in the membership of the churches, and that in a way has also the traditional churches, yes, traditional.
All of them, all of them, Pentecostal.
I wasn't sure about the Pentecostal, but the traditional definitely. And then one of the other things contributing to the decline, especially for center-left parties, is just the change in terms of the platforms of these parties. You'll find a party that gets elected on a certain, in quotes, progressive platform, and then suddenly, or not suddenly, but they start taking on policies and programs that are associated more with center-right. And that, of course, generates a certain amount of unrest and withdrawal from its supporters, again, because they're not seeing that the parties are responsive to their needs. The PNP, as we know, of course, has experienced this decline. And I think for most of the things I've mentioned, we can also see are part of the reasons that have contributed to this decline. We see that even in terms of the affiliate organization, whether it be the women's movement, the unions, the youths, etc., their membership and their support have weakened over the decades. The core structure of the party, what used to be the group structure, has basically been eviscerated of its substance and its purpose, and it has become more and more a tool for internal election and also national elections. The lack of, as other people have mentioned, in terms of the clarity around the ideology of the party. If you don't want to use that word ideology, substitute whatever it is, but something that defines the strategy, the purpose of the party. What is it what is our objective? Yeah. Who are we aiming to address and serve? If that clarity is not there, which is part of the challenge that the PNP has been going through for several decades, it is impossible to really engage and to continue to have an engagement between the people and the party. Because if you don't have that strategy, then your plans and the way you implement them will, of course, not be very effective. Michael Manley also talked about, in the 1972 election, this time he was talking about the JLP. And he said, a house divided against itself must fall. Yeah. And then, of course, we have a situation similar to that, and I'll come to that in a little while. So there's no political education program in the party anymore, no party newspaper. I remember for a short time that I was here in Jamaica and getting up early in the morning, I think it was like 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock. We had to meet at party headquarters with Michael, going through and proofreading the party newspaper, right? We don't have that anymore. And as was alluded to, we don't have real policy platform. I think that, as Comrade Leroy mentioned, you have something that gets put out there, might be a week before election or something like that, but has not gone through the rigorous program of interaction and discussion with the people. So again, you have a top-down situation as opposed to policy, etc., coming from the bottom up, or certainly where people are integrally involved in the whole discussion. So what is the future? What is the direction? Of course, it's a cliche to say the world has changed a lot since 1972. As we watch the decline of traditional parties, the birth of new extreme right and extreme left parties, declining public interest in political parties, we must ask ourselves, what will be the fate of the PNP? I think that's a serious question. It's not that parties live on forever. Some parties do die and go away. So we're noting some worrying effects. And when we look into the current system inside the country, I mean, there are a list of things. Increasing lack of commitment to the people, rising inequality, lower productivity, poor education outcome, increased poverty, people can only buy half a slice of bread, breakdown of order, crime and violence, loss of agricultural lands to own, to housing, mining of the cockpit, increased production of uneducated and unskilled youth, no job security, very low growth and development, lack of cultural identity and sovereignty that George Lamin really talks about. And given an opportunity, our people will migrate. Race and class structures that existed are in a way more entrenched, and we have the widening of the gap between the haves and the have-nots. So ultimately, in certain ways, there have been no significant sustained transformation of the slavery and colonial society we inherited. Certain fundamental things are still very much in place. And what do our people want? Basic thing that people all over the world want. They want to be able to send their children to school. They want their children to receive a high quality education. If they're sick, they want to know that they can get medical care even if they don't have the money. They want to know that they don't have to go hungry, that they can earn a living and there's a certain amount of job security. And yes, they would like to sleep with their windows open if they want to sleep with their windows open and not fear that. The setting is rough. It's a difficult time. But in a way, it's also a fertile ground for change and transformation. We have seen in other countries people faced with these conditions, and there's been mass protests to change laws and to remove governments. We've seen what has just happened in Sri Lanka, etc. Although it is to be pointed out that in a lot of cases, these sometimes are not sustained victories, and we see what is happening in Sri Lanka. But I am curious because in Jamaica, there are no mass or minor protests. Even when Black Lives Matter was raging throughout the world, no racism. Nothing was happening, no real response in Jamaica, no gas strike, no major union was really acting up. What we just had is just more crime, more violence, more disorder, right? So I find it quiet. I find the lack of action or protest a little bit worrying. But as I keep saying, the time is ripe with possibilities and opportunities. We have come to yet another fork in the road, and we know that, and we have to know where we are going in order to know what road to take. We have taken a lot of wrong roads in the past. So we have to be careful as we think through going forward what road we're going to take. The party must return to being a political party, a democratic political party. And by saying that, I mean, as somebody has pointed out, a party that serves the people, a party that people belong to and feel as if they belong to. You know, Carl Stone and, all his works, and just talked about how important political parties were for people, because it was a way for them to, especially the poor people, it was a way for them to associate. It was a way for them to feel that they had some voice in the decision making. It was a way for them to feel, in quotes, elevated, human, feel as if they belonged, right? A lot of that has changed. So you have this major alienation. And the party, as just been said, must recommit itself to its first principles, being the voice of the marginalized and speaking at the same time to a more inclusive nation. People are frustrated with incrementalism. And any party in Jamaica now, or the PNP, let's just be specific, if it's just going to do sort of incremental change and go on and on, people will not be interested in putting the party back in power. Because they have seen the party over the years. They know the party, they know where there was corruption, they know what good was done, etc. So unless you are coming with what I call a revolutionary approach, as long as you're coming with the intent to truly transform this society, then hard to see the PNP being re-elected, and if they're re-elected, we're not so sure many of us would be happy with the PNP if it's just on an incremental route. We have gone that route already, and we're not going to spend the rest of our lives just sort of tinkering with things. We can't. So we have to look at things like culture. The role of culture, we need to understand, like Michael Manley pointed out, that when he introduced the National Youth Service, he didn't pay attention to the fact that the upper class persons, or mothers and fathers, would not want their children associated with young people from inner cities and etc. Right? And if you understand the culture of Jamaica, you would know that's exactly what is going to happen. Let's not pretend that we have a society that is monolithic, that the uptown is really mixing with downtown, because it's not happening. But to do this, you have to pay attention to the culture of the people. And I keep pushing that all policies and the attempt to implement policies must come from a base of understanding the culture of the people. And as we look to dismantle the slavery and colonial legacy, which exists in every sphere of our existence, at the education level, in the schools, the government institutions, in policies, we have not disrupted what we inherited over the past from the colonial and the neo-colonial people. So we have to understand the whole struggle about language, about sovereignty, about the need for land, especially coming out of that slavery and colonial period. We also have to pay attention to the role of the government, right? And this is something that the academics and others debate about the role of the state. And it's something that the People's National Party will need to revisit and really define its role. And equally important, to go back while you're in opposition and understand clearly what is your role as an opposition party. It cannot be just to sort of be critical without criticizing with a purpose and without providing alternate solutions, right? We have to go past that. We have to put out there, and I know some people say, oh, you put something out there, you're gonna steal it. Fine, let them steal it. Because what we're talking about is the national interest. So if you put a fantastic idea out there, then that's fine. If it's taken by the JLP and they run with it, you're serving the people's interests.
Yeah.
Right. So you definitely have to do that. We have to pay attention to the whole status and dignity of the individual. We have to pay attention to that. We treat people at every level in a certain way that is just not acceptable. Whether you, well, first of all, in Jamaica, anybody who has the power to say no or to do something, they exercise the power. Even if it's the operator when you call to deliver a message, they exercise that power. The security guard, exactly. Everybody will exercise that power, and everybody exercises it from that perspective that carries us right back to slavery. Right? This of the master and the servant. So we have to really talk about how we treat people with dignity and respect. Leaders must be passionate in speaking about past achievements and future possibilities. Right? Persons, you know, again, I think it was mentioned, we can't split and forget about the past. Let's not do that, because as I keep saying, when I look at all the documents and so forth, a lot of them I could just take off, just clean the page and put them out there, just as relevant today as they were before, right? And then knowledge matters. Leaders should not only be ethical and passionate, but they should also speak based on evidence, based on data, and where outcomes and deliveries can be measured. And it's not that I'm saying a political party or the government, not that I'm doing a total equate to business, but I'm saying for any organization, for any government or whatever it is to be successful, it must be clear in terms of what you plan to do and how you're going to measure success. Because one of the things we know in Jamaica is that most times we do not, at least from the data I saw to analyze, it's about 60% of the times that we actually implement and deliver any project that we say we're going to deliver. Also, as the party, we need to empower party members, and this has been talked about. We need to devolve power down into the communities. If we're going to rebuild this People's National Party, it has to be built community by community. It has to be built from down there. Members of parliament in waiting or in existence must go down on the ground, understand the needs of the people, and build communities. Can be built from either 89 Hope Road or from Jamaica House. By the time you get into power, the people on the ground, the community should know what the PNP stand for, what they can expect, what is it they're going to have to be doing, because you, as the party, would have been working with the people. So we must grow our members. Rituals and symbols are important. We see, it's still important. Everybody sees sports team who wear Manchester City or United or whatever it is. Case teachers. Those little mongrels. But symbolism is very important, and communicating. One of the things I've always admired when you go through the communist countries and you see all of those big billboards that says, we're going to build this or we're going to do this. That sort of communication, instead of just seeing a picture of a document, but the next dance or concert or so forth, you also have something that says, we're working on increasing agricultural production by X amount. I remember speaking to a taxi driver in Malaysia, and that man could tell me what was the government's plan in terms of the construction of the road, when it was going to be complete, what it was going to be done, etc. He had intimate knowledge of what was happening in terms of the policy, in terms of road construction and transportation. If we don't bring our people into the mix and make them an integral part of any policy or anything we're pursuing, we cannot be successful in terms of transforming the society. Leaders must also model the behaviors that they want to impose on others. We have had too many cases of indiscipline and ethical behavior, etc. We have to move away from that. We have to move away from that. We can't be condemning corruption of the little man doing this and that, while at the higher level, corruption is just rampant, right? Rampant. Because what happens is when a government minister signs off on something that is not supposed to be done, no matter what, he has to include the civil servants in that process. So they know that what is happening, and then it triggers down. So if you want to get your permit from the local government or the municipal operation, you have to pay. You have to pay them, you have to pay the minister, you have to pay at all levels. So we definitely have to change that. The other thing is just, and I'm closing, we offer a lot of incentives to foreigners, right? For tourism, for different things, but we don't really have some good incentives for our people, right? Even in terms of farmers, in terms of small businesses, and if you think about it, that lack of interest in really supporting and providing incentives to the small people. It goes right back to the post-slavery time, because there was no interest in having those slaves who have been so-called free to own land. You want to make sure that they got no resources to develop, etc. So this is something that has come down from the time of slavery and is perpetuated. And remember, it's perpetuated at every level. At the banks where the small man can't get a loan, right? So a PNP government must systematically, not by accident, systematically take somebody like a Leroy, take somebody like a Delano, and ask them to go through certain policies and look to see how those policies need to be changed to actually transform the society. Because what you generally have is a split between what is said and what is implemented, or whether it in fact can be implemented because of the laws, etc. Lastly, the PNP had a role in terms of the region, had a role in international politics, etc. And all of that is just gone. We must come back to being part of the region, playing a critical role in the region, and also reaching out to our sister parties, etc., in Africa, in Asia, and all of that. We have to build back the party. We have to renew it. That's what we have to do. And comrades, I leave with George Campbell, poet from way back. And this year we have been talking about coming out, the struggles. Negro aroused. Remember, Edna Manley also had the sculpture, Negro aroused. And he wrote, Negro aroused, awakened from the ignominious sleep of dominance. Freedom, off with these shackles that torment. I lift my head and scream to heaven, freedom! Now my body is strong, strong. Now the blood rushes through my veins and boils up in my head at their insult. The spirit of freedom is resurrected in me. I lift my head and cry to heaven defiance. Freedom! Let them beat down this house, muscle built. Stifle this screaming voice. Let them. We are aroused. Fear made us shut our eyes once. Made us give up freedom to save our flesh. But my eyes now flash to the very heavens, defiance. And my skin is hard. Lash it, O world, and bring your battering rams of insults and discomforts. You that hate others to live. We are no longer stampeding cattle, no. The hot fire of new blood bubbles under the skin. The heart shouts freedom. I lift my face to heaven, awaken, shouting louder, louder with triumph, with a newfound strength. Freedom! We cry only freedom. We were dead when sleeping. Now we live, we are aroused. And comrades, that's the song we have to be singing today. Thank you.
I really want to thank Maureen for that presentation. Maureen and Jess, who have done well in just sharing views. Maureen, really well conducted. I remember talking about the importance of purpose. She doesn't know the one who spoke about it. How we again embrace people's culture. There is good, bad, and ugly, but there's so much good there. And the good can't be turned just by a middle class, snobbish, exclusionary perspective that looks down on certain things until they become nationally popular. And we say, oh, that is great. So, what are our next steps? The Partners Association recommend the right quote. His task is that National Council meets within 3 months, right? That is one. Number two, we want to really break down that progressive manifesto, but there's a people's manifesto planning thinking for the future in smaller bites. So rather than discussing payment model, we call something like the taxation system. We call something like, nutrition schools, rather than a big topic. We go very, very selective, smaller chunks, and try and have some hard holding at work. Very disappointed in the response of our NEC members and leaders last year, and some of our platform and YO members. But we have learned, we just need to take our time, promote it better, and how we articulate and use PowerPoint. Right? Gone are the days to it, where I sit down all night and read and sit down at seminar for 6-7 hours and listen to 1 hour speeches. Long gone are those days. I want to thank everybody. Let us slide of the prepared functional finish, those who are interested, founded and to find the 40th anniversary celebrations last week, lose them again. But I found another one now, and I think it's well cool. And it's a 15, 20, 14, we had a function to present this story. And that's a story which we need to play and put on it and get clear permission so we can put it online for people to listen. Right? So I want to thank you very much for coming. I want to, I saw John Moore at the arrival. Desmond, everyone was in here. I'm sure too. Right? Everyone was in here. Thank you very much. Yes, Robert?
Yes. Absolutely, I have a problem. Here's the problem. I want to hear a plan where we can get together, work out so we can influence the direction of the PFP and get the PFP.
Join the Partners Association. Join the Partners Association. Go to Anissa, she can do it for you right now. That's the name that is. Join the Partners Association. So go ahead, let us stand and sing the first verse of Jamaica. Yeah. Oh, let's stand. Those who really scared us. Thank you, Angela. I saw Dennis Smith spend the whole day with us. Peter Wayne Lopez spent 90% of the day with us. We saw Georgia, we saw Norris, and I know Norris has joined us. And there was somebody, Dennis Smith, was with us.
Paul, one question before it. Was it Jamaica Arise, written by George Campbell?
Yes. All right. But the popular version is sung by Jamaica.
Sung by.
Yeah. So go ahead, 1, go forward.
I was asking for the space.
Ready, Tucker? Come on. I'm just reminding me that they were the first day and 70th birthday of Louis S. Castro. Today. You remember that Zoom link for accessibility? Yeah. I made us wait on that platform. All right. So go back after 3. 1, 2, 3. The trumpet sounding from 3 roll. Away from your somber and serving all. The torch has been lighted, the Lord is at hand. Who joineth in the fight for his own native land? Land of my birth, my place to be. The Lord of the